No longer human, Osamu Dazai. Preface. I have, on 3 occasions, laid my eyes upon a portrait of that man. One of these was a photograph from what one might call the man's age of innocence, a time when he was presumed to be no older than 10 years. Behold, the child is surrounded by a throng of women. Were they his sisters, his younger siblings, or perhaps cousins of his own blood? I can only speculate. The child stands at the edge of a garden pond, clad in a hakama of coarse, wild stripes. And he stands with his head tilted some 30 degrees to the left, bearing a hideous smile. Hideous, I say. Yes, I dare to declare it so, but those of duller soul, those who possess no concern for the abyss between beauty and ugliness, would pronounce their own hearts unmoved. And this hollow compliment might not ring entirely false. For in the child's smile there lingers a residue, a shadow, a ghost of what is commonly called cuteness, clinging to him like a shroud. However, any man who has undergone even the slightest spiritual discipline in the matter of beauty and ugliness would, upon a single glance, immediately mutter, "What a loathsome child!" His voice would be filled with an undeniable disgust, and then, with a gesture as if brushing away a caterpillar, he would surely cast the abominable portrait aside. Oh, it is the truth. The more one stares at that child's smile, the more some unnameable ghastly thing oozes from its depths. In the first place, it is not a smile. Decidedly not. This pitiful creature is not smiling in the least. And, for irrefutable proof, behold, the child stands with both fists clenched as hard as stone. A human being cannot smile while clenching his fists. That is a law that God Himself does not permit. What is this then? It is a monkey. Yes, the smile of a monkey. It is nothing more than a face contorted into hideous wrinkles. It was a portrait of a truly bizarre and somehow blasphemous expression that stirred the soul of the beholder with a nauseating discomfort, an expression that tempts one to name him the wrinkled boy. Never before had I seen a child, a being, who wore such an utterly incomprehensible expression. As for the second portrait, its face, it had undergone a transformation so terrible, it shook my very soul. The figure of a student, whether it was from his high school days or his university years, I cannot say for certain. But in any case, there before me was a student of a beauty so profound it must have been cursed by God. And yet, by what mystery was this so? It, too, possessed not a shred of the solid reality of a living human being. He wears a student's uniform, a pure white handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket. He has surrendered his body to a rattan chair with his legs crossed, and he is, again, smiling. This time, the smile is not the cackle of a wrinkled ape. It has been crafted into a far more skillful smirk, but still, it is somehow fundamentally different from a human smile. the weight of blood, one might call it, or perhaps the bitter sediment of life. There is not a fragment of such spiritual fullness. It is not like a bird, but like a bird's feather, merely light like a single sheet of white paper. And so it smiles. In other words, there is a sense that from 1 to 10, his entire being is a product of artifice. The word dandyish cannot express its sinfulness. The word smirking cannot point to its unpleasantness. And fashionable, of course, cannot reach the essence of its vanity. And as one continues to gaze, one feels a sort of macabre, soul-chilling eeriness rising from within this handsome student as well. Never before had I seen a young man, a being, who harbored such an utterly incomprehensible beauty. The final leaf? This was the most grotesque portrait of all. His age was now entirely obscure. His hair appeared to be streaked with some white. The man is in a terribly squalid room. Oh, that the walls are crumbling in 3 places is captured with perfect clarity in the photograph, and is warming his hands over a small brazier in a corner. This time, he is not smiling. There is no expression whatsoever. It was, one might say, a truly abominable portrait, emitting the ominous stench of death, as if he had simply sat down, warmed his hands over the brazier, and died, naturally and without a sound. But the grotesquerie did not end there. Because the face was captured in relative largeness in this photograph, I was able to examine its structure with a relentless obsession, as if to uncover the very secrets of God's creation. The forehead, commonplace. The wrinkles on the forehead, commonplace. The eyebrows, commonplace. The nose, the mouth, the chin. Ah, this face not only lacks expression, it lacks even an impression. For instance, I look at this photograph, and I close my eyelids. And what then? I have already forgotten this face. I can recall the crumbling of the room's walls and that small brazier. But the impression of the face of the man who should be the master of that room vanishes like a mist, and I cannot, no matter how I try, recall it. Oh, it is a face that cannot be painted, a face that cannot even be caricatured. I open my eyelids again. Ah, so that was the face. I remember now. Even that small joy of the soul is absent. To speak in extremes, even when I open my eyelids and look upon the portrait again, I cannot remember it. And all that builds is a pure, unpleasant irritation, until finally, as if fleeing from a cursed thing, I want to avert my eyes, even in what is called a death mask. Surely there ought to be some expression, some impression. If one were to attach the head of a dray horse to a human body, would it produce such a feeling? In any case, without being able to say precisely where, it shakes the viewer's soul to its very foundation and fills it with a disagreeable shudder. Never before had I seen the face of such an utterly incomprehensible man, not even once. Chapter 1. The first notebook. I have led a life of much shame. For my part, I have no conception of what the life of a human being is. I was born in a village in the northeastern countryside, and so it was not until I was quite grown that I first laid eyes upon a train. I would climb up the footbridge at the station, and then down, without the slightest inkling that it had been constructed for the purpose of crossing over the tracks. No, I was convinced it was there solely to make the station grounds more complex, more delightful, more high-collar, like some foreign amusement park. And what is more, I believed this for a considerable length of time. To me, the act of ascending and descending the bridge was a rather refined sort of play, and I considered it one of the most inspired services the railway had to offer. But later, upon discovering that it was nothing more than a brutally practical staircase for passengers to cross the tracks, my fascination instantly withered and died. So too, in my childhood, I saw in a picture book a thing called a subway, and I was convinced that this, too, was not something devised out of practical necessity, but rather that it was a more eccentric and amusing game to ride a carriage underground than to ride one on the surface. From my earliest days, I was of a sickly constitution, and often confined to my bed. Lying there, I would gaze upon the bed sheets, the pillow covers, the duvet covers, and deem them all to be utterly trivial decorations. It was not until I was nearly 20 that I understood they were in fact surprisingly practical items, and at this realization of human frugality, I was plunged into a somber gloom, a truly sorrowful state. Furthermore, I did not know what it was to be hungry. No, this is not to say that I was raised in a home untroubled by want for food, clothing, or shelter. That is not the foolish meaning I intend. Rather, I had simply no comprehension of what the sensation of hunger was. It is a strange way to put it, but even when my stomach was empty, I myself did not notice it. In elementary school, in middle school, when I would return home from my studies, the people around me would make a great fuss, exclaiming, "There now, you must be hungry." We remember it well, that hunger upon returning from school is a terrible thing indeed. How about some sweet adzuki beans? There is castella cake and bread too. And so I would deploy my innate spirit of sycophancy and murmur, "I am hungry," and toss a dozen or so of the sweet beans into my mouth, yet I had not the faintest understanding of what this feeling of hunger was. Of course, I too ate a great deal, but I have almost no memory of ever eating out of a sense of hunger. I ate things that were deemed rare. I ate things that were deemed luxurious. And when I was a guest in another's home, I would eat what was served, even if I had to force myself. And so, for the child that I was, the most agonizing time of all was, in truth, the mealtime in my own home. In my family's country house, some 10 members of the household would all arrange their individual trays in 2 rows facing one another. I, being the youngest, was of course seated at the lowest place. The dining room was dimly lit, and at lunchtime, the sight of more than 10 family members eating their meals in utter silence always sent a chill through my skin. Moreover, as it was an old-fashioned country household, the side dishes were almost always the same: rare delicacies, luxurious foods. Such things were not to be hoped for. And so I came to dread the dinner hour all the more. In that dim room, at the lowest seat, I would tremble as if from the cold, carrying small portions of rice to my mouth, forcing them down, and I would think, why must human beings eat 3 times a day? They all eat with such solemn faces. Perhaps this, too, is a kind of ritual. Perhaps the family gathers 3 times a day at a set time in a dim room, arranges their trays in an orderly fashion, and, even if they have no desire to eat, choose their rice in silence, their heads bowed, to pray to the spirits that ride throughout the house. I even went so far as to consider such a thing. The phrase, "If you don't eat, you will die," sounded to my ears like nothing more than a distasteful threat. That superstition, and even now it strikes me as something of a superstition, always filled me with anxiety and terror. Man must work in order to eat, because if he does not eat, he will die. No words were as difficult for me to comprehend, as obscure, and as imbued with the ring of intimidation as these. In short, it would seem that even now I understand nothing of the workings of human beings. The anxiety that my conception of happiness and the conception of happiness of all other people in the world are utterly at odds with each other. Because of this anxiety, I have tossed and turned night after night, groaning, and have even been on the verge of madness. Am I ask you, in any way happy? From a young age, I have been told by others, time and again, what a fortunate person I am. Yet I myself have always felt as though I were in hell, and on the contrary, those who called me fortunate have always seemed to me to be incomparably, immeasurably more at ease. I have even thought that I carry within me 10 lumps of calamity, and that if a neighbor were to bear but one of them, that single one would be enough to be the death of him. In other words, I do not understand. The nature and degree of my neighbor's suffering are completely beyond my ken. Practical suffering, suffering that can be resolved simply by being able to eat a meal. But perhaps that is precisely the most intense agony, a gruesome, abyssal hell so terrible that my own 10 calamities would be blown away like dust. That I do not know. But if that is the case, how is it that they do not kill themselves, do not go mad, but can debate politics, do not despair, and can continue the struggle of life unbent? Is it not that they are not suffering? Have they become complete egoists, convinced that this is only natural, and have never once doubted themselves? If so, that would be easy. But is it not that all human beings are like that, and that this is the full measure of a man? I do not know. Do they sleep soundly at night and wake refreshed in the morning? What dreams do they dream? What do they think about as they walk down the street? Money? Surely, it cannot be only that. I seem to have heard the theory that man lives in order to eat, but I have never heard the words that man lives for the sake of money. No, but depending on the circumstances, no. That too, I do not know. The more I think, the less I understand, and I am assailed only by the anxiety and terror that I alone am completely different. I can hardly converse with my neighbors. What to say? How to say it? I do not know. And so, the idea I devised was buffoonery. It was my final courtship of the human race. Though I feared human beings to an extreme degree, I was, it seems, unable to give up on them entirely. And it was by this single thread of buffoonery that I was just barely able to connect with humanity. Outwardly, I wore a constant smile, but inwardly, it was a desperate life-or-death service, a balancing act on a razor's edge, performed in a cold sweat. From childhood, even towards the members of my own family, I had not the slightest inkling of how much they were suffering or what they were thinking as they lived their lives. I was simply terrified, unable to bear the awkwardness, and had already become a master of clowning. In other words, before I knew it, I had become a child who never spoke a single word of truth. When I look at photographs taken with my family from that time, while everyone else has a serious expression, I alone am always contorting my face into a strange smile. This, too, was a form of my young, sad buffoonery. Moreover, I never once talked back when I was told something by my relatives. Their slightest scolding struck me with the force of a thunderbolt, driving me to the brink of madness. Far from talking back, I became convinced that their scolding was nothing less than the so-called truth of the unbroken line of humanity, and that since I lacked the strength to practice this truth, I might no longer be able to live among human beings. Therefore, I was incapable of arguing or defending myself. When spoken ill of by others, I felt as if I were indeed terribly mistaken, and I always accepted the attack in silence, feeling a terror within that bordered on insanity. Perhaps no one feels good when criticized or angered by others, but in the face of an angry person, I see the true nature of an animal more terrifying than a lion, a crocodile, or a dragon. Usually, they seem to hide this nature, but on some occasion, like a cow lying placidly in a meadow, which suddenly, with a flick of its tail, slaps dead a fly on its belly, when I saw the terrifying true form of a human being exposed by anger, I always felt a shudder that made my hair stand on end. And if I thought that this nature, too, might be one of the qualifications for living as a human being, I felt an almost complete despair for myself. I was always trembling in terror before human beings, and I had not a shred of confidence in my own words and actions as a human being. And so, I kept my own anguish hidden in a small box in my chest, concealed my melancholy and nervousness, and earnestly feigned an innocent optimism. I was gradually perfected as a clownish eccentric. As long as I could make them laugh, it did not matter how. In that way, I thought, human beings would not mind so much if I existed outside of their so-called life. In any case, I must not be an eyesore to them, these human beings. The thought that I was nothing, that I was wind, that I was emptiness, only grew stronger. I made my family laugh through my clowning, and I even performed my desperate service of buffoonery for the servants, who were even more incomprehensible and terrifying than my family. In the summer, I would walk down the hallway wearing a red wool sweater under my yukata, making the whole house laugh. Even my eldest brother, who rarely laughed, burst out laughing when he saw it. "Oh, Yo-chan, that doesn't suit you," he said, in a tone as if he could not be more fond of me. But no, even I am not such an eccentric as to be ignorant of heat and cold, to walk around in a wool sweater in the middle of summer. I had wrapped my sister's leggings around both my arms, letting them peek out from the cuffs of my yukata to make it look as if I were wearing a sweater. My father was a man with much business in Tokyo, so he had a villa in Sakuragi-cho in Ueno, and he spent the better part of each month living there. And when he returned, it was something of a hobby of his to buy an astonishing number of souvenirs for the members of his family, and even for his relatives. One evening, before my father's departure for Tokyo, he gathered the children in the drawing room and, laughing, asked each of them what kind of souvenir they would like him to bring back. Jotting down their answers in his notebook, it was rare for my father to be so familiar with his children. "And Yozo?" he asked. I faltered, unable to speak. The moment I was asked what I wanted, I suddenly wanted nothing at all. The thought that it did not matter, that there was nothing that could truly bring me joy, flickered through my mind. At the same time, I was also unable to refuse anything given to me by others, no matter how little it suited my taste. I could not say no to things I disliked, and even things I liked, I would taste timidly, as if stealing them, with extreme bitterness, and writhe in an unspeakable sense of terror. In other words, I lacked even the power to choose between two options. This, I believe, was one of the character traits that in later years became a major cause of what I call my life of much shame. As I stood there, silent and fidgeting, my father's face grew slightly displeased. "A book, then?" I saw a lion mask for the New Year's lion dance for sale at a stall in Asakusa, a good size for a child to wear and play with. "Don't you want that?" When I was asked if I didn't want it, it was already too late. I could not even manage a clownish reply. The buffoon had failed completely. "A book would be best," my eldest brother said with a serious face. "Is that so?" my father said, his interest visibly cooled. He did not write it down in his notebook, but snapped it shut with a click. What a failure. I have angered my father. His vengeance will surely be something terrible. Is there no way to undo this before it is too late? That night, I lay trembling in my futon, my mind racing. I rose quietly and went to the drawing room. I opened the desk drawer where my father had, a short while ago, put away his notebook. I took it out flipped through the pages, and found the section where he had noted down the souvenir requests. I licked the lead of the notebook's pencil and wrote lion mask, then went back to bed. I had not the slightest desire for that lion mask. On the contrary, I would have much preferred a book. But I had sensed that my father wished to buy that lion mask for me, and solely to placate him, to restore his good humor by pandering to his whim, I dared to undertake the adventure of sneaking into the drawing room in the dead of night. And this extraordinary measure of mine was indeed rewarded with the great success I had hoped for. Eventually, my father returned from Tokyo, and I, in the children's room, overheard him speaking in a loud voice to my mother. When I opened this notebook at the toy shop in the Nakamise, look, here, it says lion mask. This is not my handwriting. How strange. I puzzled over it, and then it struck me. This is Yozo's mischief. That one, he just grinned and said nothing when I asked him. But afterwards, he must have wanted the lion mask so badly he couldn't stand it. In any case, he is a strange boy, that one, pretending not to know, and yet he writes it down properly. If he wanted it so much, he should have just said so. I laughed right there in front of the toy shop. Call Yozo here at once. On another front, I would gather the men servants and maid servants in the Western-style room, have one of the men pound senselessly on the piano keys. Though it was the countryside, our house was equipped with most everything, and I, to that chaotic melody, would perform an Indian dance, sending them all into gales of laughter. My second eldest brother took a photograph of my Indian dance with a flash, and when the picture was developed, it revealed that my little penis was peeking out from the opening of my loincloth, which was a calico wrapping cloth. This, too, sent the entire household into an uproar of laughter. For me, this too might have been what one should call an unexpected success. Each month, I subscribed to more than 10 new children's magazines, and in addition, I would order various other books from Tokyo and read them in silence. Thus, I was on very familiar terms with the likes of Dr. Helter Skelter and Dr. What's-His-Name, and was also quite knowledgeable in ghost stories, historical tales, comic storytelling, and Edo period anecdotes. I never lacked for material with which to say absurd things with a straight face and make my family laugh. But, school. There, I was on the verge of being respected. The very notion of being respected also filled me with a profound terror. To deceive people almost perfectly, and then to be seen through by some single, all-knowing, all-powerful being, to be smashed to smithereens, and to be made to suffer a shame worse than death. That was my definition of the state of being respected. Even if one deceives mankind and is respected, someone, somewhere, knows. And when mankind, in turn, is taught by that one person and realizes they have been deceived, the anger, the vengeance of mankind at that moment. What, I ask you, what would that be like? Even to imagine it makes my flesh crawl. More than being born into a wealthy family, it was by being what is commonly called capable that I was about to gain the respect of the entire school. From childhood, I was sickly, and there were even times when I was bedridden for a month or two, or for nearly a whole school year, and missed school. And yet, when I went to school in a rickshaw, my body still recovering from illness, and took the year-end examinations, it seemed I was more capable than anyone else in the class. Even when I was in good health, I did not study at all. At school, I would draw manga during class time, and during recess, I would explain them to my classmates and make them laugh. And in my compositions, I wrote nothing but comical stories. Even when the teacher warned me, I did not stop, for I knew that the teacher, in secret, was actually looking forward to my comical stories. One day, as was my custom, I wrote about a blunder I had made on a train journey to Tokyo with my mother, where I had urinated into a spittoon in the passenger car's aisle. However, on that trip, I did not do it without knowing it was a spittoon. I did it on purpose, feigning a child's innocence. I wrote it with a deliberately sorrowful touch and submitted it. I was confident that the teacher would surely laugh, so I quietly followed him as he made his way to the staff room. As soon as he left the classroom, the teacher picked out my composition from among those of the other students, began to read it as he walked down the corridor, and chuckled. Then, having entered the staff room and finished reading, his face turned bright red, and he burst out laughing, immediately passing it on to another teacher to read. Having witnessed this, I was greatly satisfied. A wag. I had succeeded in being seen as a so-called wag. I had succeeded in escaping from being respected. My report card showed a perfect 10 in every academic subject, but in conduct, I would receive a 7, or sometimes a 6, and this too was a source of great laughter for the entire household. And yet, my true nature was the very antithesis of such a wag. By that time, I had already been taught sorrowful things by the maidservants and menservants, and had been violated. To do such things to a young child is, I now believe, the ugliest, the basest, the most cruel of all crimes that a human being can commit. But I endured it. I even felt as though I had, in this, seen yet another characteristic of the human animal, and I would smile, powerlessly. If I had been in the habit of speaking the truth, perhaps I could have, without shame, reported their crimes to my father and mother. But I could not even fully understand that father and mother of mine. To appeal to a human being, I could place no hope whatsoever in such a measure. Whether I appealed to my father, to my mother, to a policeman, or to the government, would it not all end with me being talked down by the glib arguments of someone strong in the ways of the world, someone whose words pass muster in society? It is perfectly clear that there will always be a one-sided judgment. In the end, it is futile to appeal to human beings. I felt that I had no choice but to say nothing of the truth, to endure, and to continue my clowning. What is this? You say I am speaking of a distrust of humanity? Huh? When did you become a Christian? Some might mock, but it seems to me that a distrust of humanity does not necessarily lead directly to the path of religion. In fact, including the very person who mocks, do not human beings live on, perfectly at ease, in a state of mutual distrust, with no thought of Jehovah or anything else? This, too, was from my early childhood. A famous person from a certain political party to which my father belonged came to our town to give a speech, and I was taken by the men servants to the theater to listen. The hall was packed, and I could see the faces of all the people in town who were particularly close to my father, applauding vigorously. When the speech was over, the audience, in scattered groups, made their way home along the snowy night road, viciously bad-mouthing the evening's oration. Among them were the voices of people particularly close to my father. My father's opening remarks were clumsy. The famous man's speech was incomprehensible. So said these so-called comrades of my father, in tones that bordered on angry shouts. And yet, these same people would stop by our house, enter the drawing room, and tell my father, with faces that seemed genuinely delighted, what a great success the evening's speech had been. Even the men servants, when asked by my mother how the speech had been, would say with perfect composure that it was very interesting. These were the same men servants who, on the way home, had lamented to each other that there was nothing so uninteresting as a political speech. But this is merely a trivial example. It seems to me that human life is filled with examples of a distrust that is truly brilliant, a distrust that is, in fact, pure, bright, and cheerful, where people deceive each other, and yet, strangely, no one is ever hurt, and they do not even seem to notice that they are deceiving each other. However, the fact that they are deceiving each other holds no particular interest for me. I, too, deceive human beings from morning till night through my clowning. I have little interest in the kind of morality found in ethics textbooks, such as justice and whatnot. What I find incomprehensible are those human beings who, while deceiving each other, live purely, brightly, and cheerfully, or seem to have the confidence that they can. Mankind has never taught me that secret. If only I had understood that, I would not have had to fear human beings so much, nor would I have had to perform such a desperate service. I would not have had to set myself in opposition to the life of human beings and taste such torment in the hell of every night. In other words, the reason I did not report even the abominable crimes of the men servants and maid servants to anyone was not, I think, out of a distrust of humanity, nor, of course, out of any Christian principle, but because human beings had firmly closed the shell of their trust against me, Yozo. For even my own parents would, at times, show me things that were difficult for me to understand. And I have a feeling that the scent of my solitude, of my not appealing to anyone, was instinctively sniffed out by many women, and became one of the inducements for them to take advantage of me in various ways in later years. In other words, for women, I was a man who could keep the secrets of love. Chapter 2. The Second Notebook. On a shore so close to the sea that one might call it the very edge of the waves, there stood a line of more than 20 rather large mountain cherry trees, with bark as black as night. When the new school year began, The mountain cherry trees, along with their brownish, sticky-looking young leaves, would open their magnificent blossoms against the backdrop of the blue sea. And then, when the time of the flower blizzard came, the petals would scatter in profusion into the sea, studding the surface as they drifted, carried by the waves, only to be washed back again to the water's edge. That cherry blossom-strewn sandy beach was used as the schoolyard of a certain middle school in the Tohoku region. Though I had hardly studied for the entrance examinations, I somehow managed to enroll without incident. And on the insignia of that middle school's cap, and on the buttons of its uniform, cherry blossoms were stylized and in bloom. Very near that middle school, there was the house of a distant relative of my family, and for that reason as well, my father had chosen that school of the sea and cherry blossoms for me. I was entrusted to that house, and since it was so close to the school, I was a rather lazy middle school student, often running to school only after hearing the bell for the morning assembly. Nevertheless, by means of my usual buffoonery, I was gaining popularity in my class day by day. For the first time in my life, I had, so to speak, gone out into a foreign land. But that foreign land seemed to me a far more comfortable place than my own native village. One might explain this by saying that by that time, my clowning had become so perfectly a part of me that I no longer needed to expend as much effort as before to deceive people. But more than that, is there not, between relatives and strangers, between one's homeland and a foreign land, an insurmountable difference in the difficulty of performance? A difference that exists for any genius, even for Jesus the Son of God. For an actor, the most difficult place to perform is the theater in his hometown. And in a room where all his kith and kin are gathered, surely even the most celebrated actor would be unable to perform at all. And yet, I had performed. And what is more, I had achieved considerable success. It was unthinkable that such a rogue, upon going out into a foreign land, would ever fail in his performance. My fear of human beings, it writhed in the depths of my chest with an intensity that was no less, and perhaps even greater, than before. But my performance had become truly uninhibited. In the classroom, I was always making my classmates laugh, and even the teacher, while lamenting that this would be a very good class if only Oba weren't in it, would cover his mouth with his hand and laugh. I was even able to make the military officer attached to the school, who would bellow like thunder, burst out laughing with surprising ease. Just as I was beginning to feel a sense of relief, thinking that I might have finally succeeded in completely concealing my true identity, I was, to my utter astonishment, stabbed in the back. And the one who stabbed me in the back was, as is so often the case with such men, a student with the most feeble physique in the class, his face a pasty blue, wearing a jacket whose sleeves, clearly hand-me-downs from his father, were as long as Prince Shotoku's. A student who was inept at his studies and always a spectator in military drill and gymnastics. A student who resembled an idiot. Even I must confess, had not recognized the need to be on my guard against such a student. That day, during gymnastics class. That student, I do not recall his surname now, but I believe his given name was Takeichi. That Takeichi was, as usual, a spectator, while the rest of us were being made to practice on the horizontal bar. I, with a deliberately solemn face, charged towards the horizontal bar, shouted, "Ay!" and leaped, only to fly forward as if in a long jump and land with a thud on my backside in the sand. It was all a planned failure. As expected, everyone burst into laughter, and as I stood up with a wry smile, brushing the sand from my trousers, Taichi, who had come up to me at some point, poked me in the back and whispered in a low voice, "On purpose. On purpose." I was shaken to the core. That my deliberate failure had been seen through by, of all people, Takeichi, was something I had never imagined. I felt as if I were witnessing the world being engulfed in the hellfires of damnation in an instant, and I suppressed with all my might the urge to scream, "Wah!" and go mad. The anxiety and terror of the days that followed. On the surface, I continued to play the sad clown and make everyone laugh, but at times, a heavy sigh would escape me unawares. The thought that no matter what I did, it would all be seen through and smashed to smithereens by Takeichi, and that he would surely, sooner or later, go about telling everyone, would cause a cold sweat to break out on my forehead, and I would, with the strange eyes of a madman, look around me in vain. If it were possible, I wanted to stay by Takeichi's side morning, noon, and night, 24 hours a day, to watch over him and prevent him from blurting out my secret. And while I was clinging to him, I would make every effort to convince him that my clowning was not, in fact, on purpose, but genuine. And if I was lucky, I would become his one and only best friend. If all of that was impossible, then I was driven to the point of thinking that I had no choice but to pray for his death. But I must confess, the thought of actually killing him never arose. In my life up to that point, I had wished many times to be killed by someone, but I had never once thought of killing someone. That, I thought, would only be to grant happiness to a fearsome adversary. In order to tame him, I first put on a gentle, maybe sow-I-like smile, the kind one might see on a false Christian, tilted my head some 30 degrees to the left, lightly embraced his small shoulders, and with a cloyingly sweet voice, like that of a purring cat, I repeatedly invited him to come and play at the house where I was lodging. But he would always just stare at me with a vacant look in his eyes and remain silent. However, one day after school, it was, I believe, around the beginning of summer, a white shower of rain began to fall, and the students seemed to be having trouble getting home. But since my house was very close, I was about to dash out without a care when I happened to see Takeichi standing dejectedly in the shadow of the shoe cupboard. "Let's go," I said. "I'll lend you an umbrella." I took the hand of the hesitant Taichi, and we ran together through the evening shower. When we arrived at the house, I asked the auntie to dry our jackets, and I succeeded in luring Takechi up to my room on the second floor. In that house, there lived only a family of 3, an auntie in her 50s, a tall, sickly-looking elder daughter of about 30 who wore glasses. This daughter had once been married off to another family and had since returned home. I, following the custom of the household, called her Anesa, and a younger daughter named Set-chan, who, unlike her sister, was short and round-faced and seemed to have just recently graduated from a girls' school. In the shop below, they had a small assortment of stationery and sporting goods, but their main income seemed to come from the rent of 5 or 6 row houses that the deceased master of the house had built and left behind. My ears hurt, Takechi said, still standing. They started to hurt after getting wet in the rain. When I looked, I saw that both his ears were afflicted with a severe discharge. Pus was on the verge of overflowing from the shells of his ears. "This is terrible. It must be painful," I said, feigning an exaggerated surprise. "I'm sorry for dragging you out into the rain," I apologized, gently, using words that sounded like a woman's. Then I went downstairs to get cotton and alcohol, had Takechi lie down with his head pillowed on my lap, and meticulously cleaned his ears. Even Takechi, it seemed, did not notice that this was a hypocritical, wicked scheme. "You," he said, "you'll surely be adored by women." He uttered this ignorant compliment while resting his head on my lap. But this, I came to realize in later years, was something like a terrible, demonic prophecy, one that Takechi himself was likely unconscious of. To adore, to be adored, these words are terribly vulgar, jocular, and have the feel of something leering and smug. No matter how solemn the occasion, if even one of these words were to pop its head in, one feels as if the cathedral of melancholy would instantly crumble, leaving nothing but a featureless void. And yet, if one uses not the common phrase, "the pain of being adored," but the literary expression, "the anxiety of being loved," it seems it does not necessarily demolish the cathedral of melancholy. A strange thing, I think. When Takeichi, after I had tended to the pus in his ears, paid me the foolish compliment that I would be adored, I merely blushed and smiled, saying nothing in reply. But, in truth, there was a faint glimmer of recognition in me, and yet, to write that I had a glimmer of recognition in response to the leering atmosphere created by such a vulgar word as adored would be to display a sentiment so foolish it would not even pass for a line from a young master in a comic tale. It was not, of course, with such a jocular, leering feeling that I had a glimmer of recognition. To me, the female of the human species was several times more incomprehensible than the male. In my family, females outnumbered males, and among my relatives, too, there were many girls. And then there were the maidservants of the aforementioned crime. It would be no exaggeration to say that, from my infancy, I was raised playing almost exclusively with women. But this, too, was an association I maintained as if treading on thin ice. I could make almost no sense of them at all. I was in a thick fog, And every now and then, I would make the mistake of treading on a tiger's tail, suffering a terrible wound. And that wound, unlike the lashings received from a male, would fester internally like a deep bruise with an extreme unpleasant quality, a wound that was slow to heal. A woman draws you close, then pushes you away. Or again, a woman despises and treats you cruelly where there are people, and when no one is around, she embraces you tightly. A woman sleeps as deeply as if she were dead. Perhaps women live in order to sleep. These and various other observations about women I had already acquired from my childhood. But while they seemed to be of the same human race, they felt like creatures entirely different from men. And what is more, these incomprehensible and untrustworthy creatures would strangely bother with me. Neither the word adored nor the word liked is at all fitting in my case. To say that I was bothered with might perhaps be a more appropriate description of the actual situation. Women, even more than men, seemed to relax in the presence of a clown. When I played the buffoon, men, as one would expect, would not keep laughing uproariously forever, and I knew that if I got carried away and played the clown too much for a man, I would fail. So I was careful to cut it off at an appropriate point. But women knew no moderation. They would demand my buffoonery endlessly, and I, responding to their limitless encores, would become utterly exhausted. Truly, they laughed a great deal. In general, it seems that women are capable of devouring more pleasure than men. The elder and younger daughters of the house where I was staying during my middle school years would, whenever they had a spare moment, come up to my room on the second floor. Each time, I would be so startled I nearly leaped into the air, and then, utterly terrified, I would say, "Studying?" "No," I would reply, closing my book with a smile. Today at school, the geography teacher, a man named Kanbo, and what would flow effortlessly from my lips was a comical story that held no place in my heart. "Yo-chan, try on these glasses." One evening, the younger daughter, Set-chan, came to my room with Anessa to play. After making me perform my buffoonery to their heart's content, she came out with such a suggestion. "Why, just try them on. Borrow Anessa's glasses." She always spoke in this sort of rough, commanding tone. The clown obediently put on Anessa's glasses. Instantly, the two girls collapsed in laughter. The spitting image of Lloyd. At that time, a foreign film comedian named Harold Lloyd was popular in Japan. I stood up, raised one hand, and said, "Gentlemen, on this occasion, to all of our fans in Japan," I attempted a short speech, making them laugh even harder. From then on, whenever a Lloyd film came to the theater in that town, I would go to see it and secretly study his expressions. Then, one autumn night, as I was lying in bed reading a book, Anessa entered the room as swiftly as a bird, suddenly collapsed onto my duvet, and began to weep. "Yo-chan, you're the one who will save me, aren't you?" "That's right, isn't it? It would be better for us to leave this house together. Save me, save me. She would blurt out such violent things and then weep again. But this was not the first time a woman had confronted me with such a display, so I was not particularly surprised by Anessa's extreme words. On the contrary, I felt my interest wane at their banality, their emptiness. I quietly slipped out from under the duvet, peeled a persimmon from the desk, and handed a slice to Anessa. At that, Anessa, still sobbing, ate the persimmon. "Don't you have any interesting books? Lend me one," she said. I selected Soseki's "I Am a Cat" from the bookshelf for her. "Thank you for the treat," Anessa said, leaving the room with an embarrassed smile. But it was not just Anessa. In general, the thought of what kind of feelings women lived with felt to me more complicated, more troublesome, and more eerie than trying to fathom the thoughts of an earthworm. I only knew from my childhood experience that when a woman suddenly burst into tears like that, if you handed her something sweet, she would eat it, and her mood would improve. The younger daughter, Set-chan, would even bring her friends to my room. I, as was my custom, would make everyone laugh equally, and when her friends left, Set-chan would invariably speak ill of them. "That one is a delinquent girl, so be careful," she would always say. If that was the case, it would have been better not to bring them in the first place. Thanks to her, almost all the visitors to my room ended up being female, but this was by no means yet the realization of Takeichi's compliment: to be adored. In other words, I was nothing more than the Harold Lloyd of the Tohoku region of Japan. It was not until several years later that Takeichi's ignorant compliment came to life as an abominable prophecy and took on a sinister form. Takeichi had also given me another momentous gift. "It's a picture of a ghost," he said. One day, when Takeichi came to play in my room on the second floor, he proudly showed me a single color plate he had brought with him and explained it thus. "Oh?" I thought. At that moment, it was as if the path of my downfall had been decided. In later years, I cannot help but feel that way. I knew that it was nothing more than that self-portrait of Van Gogh. In our boyhood, the so-called Impressionist school of French painting was all the rage in Japan, and the first step in appreciating Western art was usually to start from around there. Even a middle school student in the countryside would have seen and known the paintings of people like Van Gogh, Gauguin, Cézanne, and Renoir from photographic plates. I, too, had seen quite a few color plates of Van Gogh's work and had taken an interest in the interestingness of his touch and the vividness of his colors. But I had never once thought of them as pictures of ghosts. Well then, how about something like this? Is it a ghost too? I took out a collection of Modigliani's paintings from the bookshelf and showed Taichi that image of a nude woman with skin like burnished copper. "Incredible," Takeichi said, his eyes wide with admiration. "Like a horse from hell. So, it's a ghost then. I want to paint pictures of ghosts like this too." The psychology of those who fear human beings too much, who come to desire to see even more terrifying monsters with their own eyes. The psychology of the nervous, the easily frightened, who pray for the storm to grow even stronger. Ah, this group of painters, hurt and threatened by the monster that is man, had finally come to believe in phantoms and had seen monsters clearly in the light of day. And what is more, they did not try to gloss it over with buffoonery, but strove to express what they saw as they saw it. As Takechi said, they had boldly painted pictures of ghosts. Here, I thought, are my future comrades. I was so excited that tears came to my eyes. I'll paint too. I'll paint pictures of ghosts. I'll paint the horses of hell, I said to Takechi, my voice, for some reason, lowered to a deep whisper. From my elementary school days, I had loved both to paint and to look at pictures. But the pictures I painted were not as well received by those around me as my compositions were. I had, in the first place, no faith whatsoever in human words, and so, for me, compositions were nothing more than a kind of clownish greeting. Through elementary and middle school, I had continued to send my teachers into raptures, but I myself found no pleasure in it at all, only in painting. Manga and the like aside, did I, in my own childish, self-taught way, expend some small measure of effort in the expression of my subject. The models in the school's art classes were tedious, and the teacher's own paintings were clumsy. I had no choice but to devise and try out various methods of expression on my own, in a completely haphazard manner. When I entered middle school, I had a full set of oil painting equipment, but even when I sought a model for my touch in the style of the Impressionists, the things I painted were as flat as paper cutouts and seemed unlikely to amount to anything. But through Takechi's words, I realized that my entire approach to painting up to that point had been completely mistaken. The sweetness, the foolishness of striving to express beautifully that which one has felt to be beautiful. The masters, through their subjectivity, create beauty out of nothing, or, while feeling nausea at the sight of ugliness, do not hide their interest in it, but immerse themselves in the joy of expression. In other words, they do not seem to rely in the slightest on the opinions of others. This primitive secret of the art of painting, bestowed upon me by Takechi, I kept hidden from my female visitors, and little by little, I began to work on a self-portrait. A painting so somber was produced that even I was startled. But this, I thought, this is my true self, hidden deep within my breast. Outwardly, I laugh cheerfully and make others laugh, but in reality, I possess such a gloomy heart. It cannot be helped, I secretly affirmed. But that painting I could not, of course, show to anyone but Takechi. I did not want the somberness beneath my buffoonery to be seen through and to be suddenly treated with a stingy caution. And there was also the concern that it might not be recognized as my true self, but be regarded as yet another new form of clowning, and become a source of great laughter. That, more than anything, would have been painful, and so I immediately stored the painting away in the deepest part of a closet. And in the school's art classes, too, I kept that ghostly technique a secret and continued to paint in my usual mediocre touch, painting beautiful things beautifully. Only to Takichi had I, from before, shown my easily wounded nerves without reservation. And this new self-portrait, too, I showed to Takichi with confidence. It was highly praised, and I went on to paint 2, 3 more ghostly pictures, and from Takechi I received another prophecy. You will become a great painter. The prophecy that I would be adored, and the prophecy that I would become a great painter, with these 2 prophecies engraved upon my forehead by the fool Takechi? I eventually came to Tokyo. I had wanted to enter an art school, but my father had long intended for me to go to a high school and eventually become a government official, and had already informed me of this. Being of a nature that could not talk back, I vaguely complied. I was told to try taking the examinations from the 4th year, and I, too, had grown rather tired of the middle school of cherry blossoms and the sea. Without advancing to the 5th year, I took the examinations for a high school in Tokyo after completing the 4th year and passed. I immediately entered dormitory life, but I was so disgusted by its filth and coarseness that I was in no state for clowning. I had a doctor write a diagnosis of pulmonary infiltration, left the dormitory, and moved to my father's villa in Winosa Karagicho. I am simply incapable of communal living. And what is more, words like the passion of youth or the pride of young men would send a chill down my spine, and I could not by any means keep up with that so-called high school spirit. The classrooms, the dormitory, they even seemed to me like a dumping ground for distorted sexual desire, and my nearly perfect buffoonery was of no use there. When the diet was not in session, my father would stay at that house for only a week or 2 a month. So when my father was away, there were only 3 of us in that rather large house, the old couple who served as caretakers, and myself. I would often skip school, but I had no inclination to go sightseeing in Tokyo. It seems I will end my days without ever having seen Meiji Shrine, the bronze statue of Kusunoki Masashige, or the graves of the 47 Ronin at Sengaku-ji. I would spend the whole day at home, reading books or painting pictures. When my father came to Tokyo, I would scurry off to school every morning. But there were also times when I would go to the art studio of Mr. Yasuda Shintaro, a Western-style painter in Hongo Sendagi-cho, and practice sketching for 3 or 4 hours. After escaping from the high school dormitory, even when I attended classes at school, I felt as if I were in a special position, like an auditor. This may have been my own distorted perception, but I felt a sense of phoniness in myself, and going to school became even more of a chore. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, I ended my days without ever being able to understand what school spirit was, and I never once tried to learn the school song. I soon learned, at the art studio, from a certain art student, about wine, tobacco, prostitutes, pawn shops, and leftist thought. A strange combination it was, but it was, nevertheless, the truth. That art student's name was Horiki Masao. He was born in the working-class district of Tokyo, 6 years my senior, a graduate of a private art school, who, lacking a studio at home, commuted to this one to continue his study of Western painting. "Can you lend me 5 yen?" We had only known each other by sight, and until that moment had never exchanged a single word. I, stammering and flustered, handed him the 5 yen. "All right, let's drink. My treat. You're a good little boy, aren't you?" I was unable to refuse, and he dragged me to a cafe in Horaicho, near the art studio. That was the beginning of my association with him. "I've had my eye on you for a while." That's it, that bashful little smile. That's the characteristic expression of a promising artist. A toast to our new acquaintance. "Kinu-san, isn't this one a handsome fellow? Don't you go falling for him." Thanks to him showing up at the studio, I've unfortunately been demoted to the second most handsome man. Horiki had a dark, well-featured face. Unusual for an art student, he wore a proper suit jacket, his taste in neckties was subdued, and his hair was slicked down with pomade and parted neatly in the middle. I, being in an unfamiliar place, was simply terrified, folding and unfolding my arms, wearing nothing but that so-called bashful smile. But after 2 or 3 glasses of beer, I began to feel a strange lightness, as if I had been liberated. I was thinking of trying to get into art school, but no, it's worthless. A place like that is worthless. School is worthless. Our teacher is in nature, pathos for nature. He is a fool, I thought, and his painting must be clumsy too, but perhaps he would be a good companion for amusement. In other words, at that moment, for the first time in my life, I had seen a genuine city ruffian. He was, though different in form from myself, surely of the same species in this one respect, that he too was completely detached from the workings of this human world, lost and bewildered. And yet, he performed his buffoonery unconsciously and was utterly unaware of its tragedy. That was where he was fundamentally different from me. It is only for play. I am only associating with him as a playmate. I always despised him, and at times was even ashamed of my association with him. But in the end, as I walked about with him, I was defeated even by this man. At first, however, I was convinced that this man was a good person, a person of rare goodness. Even I, with my terror of humanity, let my guard down completely, thinking only that I had found a good guide to Tokyo. The truth was, when I was alone, I was terrified of the conductor on the train. I wanted to enter the kabuki-za, but I was terrified of the usherettes who stood lined up on either side of the crimson-carpeted staircase at the main entrance. When I entered a restaurant, I was terrified of the waiter who stood silently behind me, waiting for my plate to be empty. And especially when it came time to pay the bill. Ah, my clumsy hands. When I handed over money for a purchase, it was not out of stinginess, but out of such tension, such shame, such anxiety, such terror, that I would grow dizzy, the world would go dark, and I would be in a state of near frenzy. Far from haggling, I would not only forget to receive my change, but there were often times when I would even forget to take home the items I had purchased. I was simply unable to walk the streets of Tokyo alone, and so, having no other choice, I would spend the entire day lolling about at home. That was the inner state of affairs. But when I handed my wallet to Horiki and walked with him, he would haggle vigorously and, being a master of amusement, he would demonstrate a knack for paying in a way that achieved the maximum effect with the minimum amount of money. He would also avoid expensive taxis and would skillfully use the trains, buses, and pon-pon steam launches, showing a talent for reaching our destination in the shortest possible time. On the way back in the morning from a prostitute's place, he would stop by a certain restaurant, take a morning bath, and lightly drink sake with boiled tofu, giving me a practical education in how to feel luxurious for a cheap price. He would also expound on how the beef on rice and grilled chicken from the street stalls were both inexpensive and nutritious, and he would guarantee that for getting drunk quickly, there was nothing that surpassed Dinky Bran. In any case, concerning the bill, he never once caused me to feel the slightest anxiety or terror. Furthermore, what was a salvation in associating with Horiki was that he would completely ignore the thoughts of his listener, and, as his so-called passion erupted, or perhaps passion is the act of ignoring the other's position, he would chatter on incessantly, 24 hours a day, about trivial matters. There was absolutely no fear of that awkward silence that falls when two people, tired from walking, find themselves at a loss for words. When I was with people, I was always on guard against the appearance of that terrifying silence, and I, who was naturally taciturn, would have to perform my desperate buffoonery as if my life depended on it. But now, this fool Horiki, without being conscious of it, was voluntarily playing the role of the clown for me. All I had to do was barely reply, just let his words flow past me, and occasionally say something like, "You don't say," and laugh. Wine, tobacco, prostitutes. I soon came to understand that all of these were quite effective means of distracting oneself, even if only for a moment, from the terror of human beings. I even came to feel that I would not regret selling all my possessions to obtain these means. To me, a prostitute appeared to be neither a human being nor a woman, but an idiot or a madwoman, and in her embrace I was, on the contrary, able to feel completely at ease and sleep soundly. They were all, to a sorrowful degree, utterly devoid of desire. And, as if they felt a kind of affinity with a kindred spirit, I was always shown a natural kindness by these prostitutes, a kindness that was not constricting, a kindness with no calculation, a kindness that was not a hard sell, a kindness for someone who might never come again. There were nights when, in these idiotic or mad prostitutes, I saw with my own eyes the halo of the Virgin Mary, but as I, seeking to escape my terror of human beings and find a faint night's repose, went to that place and amused myself with those prostitutes who were indeed my own kind, I seemed to have, before I knew it, unconsciously acquired a certain abominable atmosphere that always clung to me. This was a so-called bonus attachment that I had not foreseen at all, but gradually that attachment began to rise to the surface with a vivid clarity. Horiki pointed it out to me, and I was aghast. And then I felt a sense of disgust. To put it in vulgar terms, from an outsider's perspective, I had undergone my training in women by means of prostitutes, and what is more, had recently improved my skills remarkably. The training in women, it is said, is most severe when done by means of prostitutes, and for that very reason, its effects are all the greater. Already the scent of that master of women clung to me, and women, not limited to prostitutes, would by instinct sniff it out and draw near. Such a lewd and dishonorable atmosphere I had received as a bonus attachment, and it seemed that this had become far more conspicuous than my own repose. Horiki probably said it half in compliment, but I too had a heavy sense of recognition. For instance, I remembered receiving a clumsy letter from a waitress at a coffee shop, and the 20-year-old daughter of the general next door to our house in Sakuragi-cho would, at the time of my departure for school each morning, go in and out of her own gate, wearing light makeup, though she seemed to have no business there, and when I went to eat beef, the waitress there, even if I said nothing, and in the box of cigarettes handed to me by the girl at the tobacco shop where I always made my purchases, and when I went to see a kabuki play, the person in the seat next to me, and when I was drunk and asleep on a late-night streetcar, and, unexpectedly, a letter came from a female relative in my hometown, a letter that seemed to have been written in a state of desperation, and some unknown girl, during my absence, a doll that seemed to be handmade, because I was extremely passive. All of these were just that, fragments, and not a single one of them progressed any further. But that there was some atmosphere about me that made women dream, that was something I could not deny, not as some casual joke about being popular or whatnot. When this was pointed out to me by the likes of Horiki, I felt a bitterness akin to humiliation, and at the same time, my interest in amusing myself with prostitutes suddenly waned. Horiki, again, out of his show-off modernity, in Horiki's case, I can still think of no other reason, one day took me to what was called a communist reading group. I believe it was called RS, but my memory is not clear. Some such secret study meeting. For a person like Horiki, a secret communist meeting may have been just another part of his Tokyo guide. I was introduced to the so-called comrades, was made to buy a pamphlet, and then received a lecture on Marxist economics from a terribly ugly young man at the head of the table. But to me, it all seemed to be something I already understood perfectly well. It was surely so, but in the human heart there is something more incomprehensible, more terrifying. To say desire is not enough. To say vanity is not enough. To line up the two, lust and desire, is still not enough. I do not know what it is myself, but I feel that at the bottom of the human world there is something not just economic, but something strangely macabre, and for me, who was utterly terrified by that macabre thing, even while I naturally affirmed so-called materialism as water flows to a lower place, I could not, by means of it, be liberated from my terror of human beings, open my eyes to the green leaves, and feel the joy of hope. And yet I attended that RS, I believe it was called, but I may be mistaken, without a single absence. The comrades, with their stiff faces, as if it were a matter of great importance, were absorbed in the study of a theory that was almost like elementary arithmetic, such as 1 + 1 = 2. I found this so comical I could hardly bear it, and with my usual buffoonery, I strove to relax the atmosphere of the meeting. Perhaps because of this, the stiff atmosphere of the study group gradually loosened, and I even seemed to have become an indispensable popular figure at that meeting. These seemingly simple people may have thought of me as a comrade who was, like them, simple and a cheerful clown. But if that was the case, then I was deceiving these people from 1 to 10. I was not a comrade. And yet, I attended that meeting without fail and performed my service of buffoonery for everyone. It was because I liked them. It was because those people pleased me. But it was not by any means an affinity forged by marks. Illegality. To me, that was comfortable. The so-called legality of the world was, on the contrary, more terrifying. In it, one senses something of unfathomable strength. Its mechanisms were incomprehensible, and I could not bear to sit in that windowless, bone-chilling room. Even if the outside was a sea of illegality, it seemed to me that it would be more comfortable to dive into it, to swim, and eventually to reach death. In the human world, it seems to be a word used to point at the wretched, the defeated, the wicked. But I have felt as though I were a person in the shade from the moment I was born. And when I meet someone who is pointed at by the world as a person in the shade, my heart invariably becomes gentle. And that gentle heart of mine was a heart so gentle that I myself was entranced by it. There is also the phrase, a consciousness of being a criminal. Though I have been tormented by this consciousness my entire life in this human world, it has, nevertheless, been a good companion, like a wife who has shared my hardships. To play forlornly with it, just the two of us, may have been one of the postures of my life. And there is also the common saying, to have a wound on one's shin. That wound appeared on one of my shins naturally from the time I was a baby, and as I grew, far from healing, it only grew deeper, reaching to the very bone. The nightly torments were a hell of 1,000 changes, but, and this is a very strange way to put it, that wound gradually became more intimate to me than my own flesh and blood. The pain of the wound was, in fact, the living emotion of the wound, or even, it seemed, the whisper of its affection. For such a man, the atmosphere of that underground movements group was strangely reassuring, comfortable. In other words, It was the texture of the movement, rather than its original purpose, that suited me. In Horiki's case, it was nothing more than a fool's lark. He went to that meeting only once, to introduce me, and then, making a clumsy joke that a Marxist must, at the same time as studying the production side, also inspect the consumption side, he never went near that meeting again, and was always trying to tempt me to the side of inspecting consumption. When I think back, there were various types of Marxists in those days. There were those like Horiki who, out of a vain modernity, called themselves such. And there were those like myself who, simply liking the scent of illegality, sat themselves down there. If the true nature of these people had been seen through by a true believer in Marxism, both Horiki and I would have been furiously scolded and immediately driven out as vile traitors. But neither I nor even Horiki was ever subjected to the punishment of expulsion. On the contrary, in that world of illegality, I was able to behave more freely, more healthily, so to speak, than in the world of legal gentlemen. And so, as a promising comrade, I came to be entrusted with various errands that were so excessively secretive, it was almost laughable. And in fact, I never once refused such an errand. I would accept anything with perfect composure, and I never made a clumsy mistake, like being suspected by a dog, as the comrades called the police, and subjected to a suspicious interrogation. Laughing and making others laugh, I would carry out the dangerous. The members of that movement were as tense as if it were a matter of great importance, even going so far as to imitate a clumsy detective novel, using extreme caution. And the work they asked me to do was, in fact, so trivial it was astonishing. But still, they would strain themselves, calling the work dangerous work, as they called it, with perfect accuracy. My feeling at that time was that even if I became a party member, was arrested, and had to spend the rest of my life in prison, I would not have minded. Rather than groaning in the nightly hell of sleeplessness, terrified of the real life of the people of this world, I even thought that a prison cell might be more comfortable. My father, at the Sakuragicho villa, was so occupied with visitors and outings that, even though we were in the same house, there were times when we would not see each other for 3 or 4 days. But I found my father oppressive, terrifying, and just as I was thinking of leaving that house and finding a boarding house somewhere, though I could not bring myself to say it, I heard from the old man who was the caretaker that my father intended to sell the house. My father's term as a member of the Diet was drawing to a close, and though there were surely various reasons, he seemed to have no intention of running for election again. He was even building a retirement home in our hometown, and seemed to have no lingering attachment to Tokyo. Perhaps he thought it was a waste to provide a residence and servants for me, who was nothing more than a high school student. My father's heart, like the hearts of the people of the world, I do not understand well. In any case, the house soon passed into other hands, and I moved into a dim room in an old boarding house called Senryukan in Hongo Morikawa-cho, and immediately found myself in want of money. Until then, I had been handed a fixed monthly allowance by my father, and even if it was gone in 2 or 3 days, there was always tobacco, wine, cheese, and fruit at home. Books, stationery, and everything related to clothing could be obtained on credit from the neighborhood shops. And even if I treated Horiki to soba or tempura donburi, as long as it was at a shop in the neighborhood that my father patronized, I could leave the shop without a word. But suddenly, I was living alone in a boarding house and had to make do with a fixed monthly remittance for everything. I was at a loss. The remittance would, as before, disappear in 2 or 3 days, and I was struck with terror, driven to the brink of madness by my helplessness. I began to fire off a series of telegrams and urgent, tearful letters, alternately begging my father, brother, and sisters for money. The circumstances pleaded in those letters were, in every case, a clown's fiction. I believe that when asking a favor of someone, the best strategy was first to make them laugh. At the same time, taught by Horiki, I began to frequent the pawn shop, but still, I was always short of money. In the end, I lacked the ability to live alone in a boarding house where I had no connections whatsoever. To be still and alone in that room, in the boarding house, was terrifying to me. I felt as if at any moment I would be attacked by someone, struck down in a single blow. I would flee into the streets, help with that movement of ours, or go about drinking cheap wine with Horiki, abandoning almost all my studies and my study of painting. In November of my second year after entering high school, I caused a love-suicide incident with a married woman older than myself, and my personal circumstances were completely transformed. I was absent from school, and I did not study my subjects at all. And yet, I seemed to have a strange knack for writing examination answers, and somehow, until then, I had managed to deceive my relatives in my hometown. But by now, it seemed that reports of my insufficient attendance and other matters were being secretly sent from the school to my father in my hometown, and my eldest brother, as my father's representative, had begun to send me long, sternly worded letters. But more than that, my direct torment was the lack of money and the fact that the errands for that movement of ours had become so intense, so busy, that they could no longer be done in a half-playful spirit. The Central District, I believe it was called, or some other district. In any case, I had become the action squad leader of the Marxist students for all the schools in the vicinity of Hongo, Koishikawa, Shitaya, and Kanda. Hearing the words armed uprising, I bought a small knife. When I think of it now, it was a flimsy knife, insufficient even for sharpening a pencil, put it in the pocket of my raincoat, and rushed about making so-called liaison. I wanted to drink wine and sleep soundly, but I had no money. And what is more, from the I recall that was the code word we used for the party, but perhaps I am mistaken. Requests for errands came one after another, leaving me no time even to breathe. With my sickly constitution, it seemed I could not possibly manage. In the first place, I had been helping that group solely out of an interest in the illegal, and when things became so disagreeably busy, as if a jest had turned into a reality, I could not suppress a feeling of resentment towards the people of the a feeling that said, This is not your place. Why don't you have your own direct subordinates do it? And so I fled. Having fled, I did not, as one might expect, feel good about it, and I decided to die. At that time, there were 3 women who held a special affection for me. One was the daughter of the senyukan, the boarding house where I was staying. This girl, after I had returned, utterly exhausted from helping with that movement of ours, and had gone to bed without even eating, would invariably come to my room with stationery and a fountain pen. "I'm sorry," she would say. "It's so noisy downstairs with my younger sister and brother. I can't even write a letter in peace." And then she would sit at my desk and write something or other for over an hour. I, for my part, should have just pretended to be asleep. But she looked so very much as if she wanted me to say something to her that I, deploying my usual spirit of passive service, though in truth I had no desire to utter a single word, would, with a grunt of effort from my exhausted body, turn onto my stomach, light a cigarette, and say, "I hear there was a man who heated his bath with the love letters he received from women. Oh, how dreadful! That must be you, isn't it? I have, however, heated milk with them and drunk it. I'm honored. Please, drink mine." "A letter?" she says, but it's so transparent. She must be scribbling some childish nonsense. "Let me see it," I would say, though I would rather have died than look at it. "Oh, no. Oh, no," she would say, and her delight was so terribly unseemly that it only served to extinguish my interest. And so I would think to myself, "I'll give her an errand to run. I'm sorry to ask, but could you go to the pharmacy on the streetcar line and buy me some Calmotin? I'm so tired my face is flushed, and I can't sleep. I'm sorry. The money. Don't worry about the money." She would stand up at the light. To give a woman an errand to run is by no means to dishearten her. On the contrary, a woman is pleased to be asked to do things for a man. This, too, I knew perfectly well. Another was a so-called comrade, a student in the literature department of the Women's Higher Normal School. With this person, I had to meet every day, whether I liked it or not, for the errands of that movement of ours. Even after our meetings were over, that woman would follow me about endlessly and would for no reason buy me things. You can think of me as your real older sister. I shuddered at the affectation. "And yet," I replied, "that is how I have been thinking of you," forcing a smile tinged with melancholy. In any case, to anger her would be terrifying. I must somehow deceive her. For that single thought, I found myself serving that ugly, disagreeable woman all the more. And when she would buy me things, the purchases were, in truth, all items of exceedingly poor taste, and I would usually give them away immediately to the old man at the yakitori stand. I would put on a happy face, tell jokes, and make her laugh. One summer night, when she simply would not leave, I, in a dark corner of the street, solely for the purpose of making her go home, gave her a kiss. At this, she became disgracefully, frenziedly excited, called a motor car, and took me to a narrow, Western-style room, like an office in a building that seemed to have been secretly rented for their movement's activities. There, we had a great commotion until morning. Some older sister she is, I thought to myself, and gave a bitter laugh. In secret, the boarding house keeper's daughter and this comrade, I was in a situation where I had to see them both every day, no matter what. Unlike the various other women up to that point, I could not skillfully avoid them, and so, out of my usual anxiety, I found myself desperately trying to keep these two in good humor until I was, as it were, bound hand and foot. Around the same time, I also received an unexpected kindness from a waitress at a certain large cafe in Ginza. Though we had met only once, I was nevertheless bound by that kindness and felt a worry, a vague terror that left me unable to move. By that time, I had become able to ride the streetcar by myself without having to rely on Horiki's guidance, and I could also go to the kabuki-za, and I could even affect a certain degree of brazenness, enough to enter a cafe wearing a kasuri kimono. In my heart, I continued to suspect, to fear, to agonize over the self-confidence and violence of human beings. But outwardly, little by little, I was learning to exchange greetings with others with a straight face. No, that is not right. I was still of a nature that could not greet someone without the pained laughter of a defeated clown. But, in any case, I was beginning to acquire the skill of being able to manage a frantic, stammering greeting, thanks to my running about for that movement of ours. Or was it thanks to the women? Or the wine? But no, it was mainly thanks to my lack of money. Everywhere I went, I was terrified. Perhaps, I thought, if I could go to a large cafe and be jostled and lost among the many drunken customers, the waitresses, the boys, my constantly pursued heart might find some peace. And so, with 10 yen in my pocket, I entered that large cafe in Ginza alone, and, laughing, I said to the waitress who attended me, "I only have 10 yen, you know, so keep that in mind. You needn't worry," she said. There was a trace of a Kansai accent in her voice, and that single phrase strangely calmed my trembling, shuddering heart. No, it was not because I no longer had to worry about money. It was that I felt I did not have to worry about being near her. I drank wine. Feeling at ease with her, I had no inclination to perform my buffoonery, and instead, without hiding the taciturn, somber metal of my true self, I drank my wine in silence. "Do you like this sort of thing?" the woman asked, arranging various dishes before me. I shook my head. "Only the wine? I'll have some too." It was a cold autumn night, as I had been told by Tsuneko. That is how I remember her name, but my memory is faint, and I am, after all, the sort of man who has even forgotten the name of his partner in a love suicide. I was waiting for her at a certain sushi stall in the back alleys of Ginza. eating sushi that was not in the least bit delicious. Though I have forgotten her name, the bad taste of the sushi at that time, for some reason, remains clearly in my memory. And the image of the bald-headed old man, with a face like that of a rat snake, shaking his head and forming the sushi with a deceptive air of skill, is as vivid as if I were seeing it before my eyes. In later years, on a streetcar or elsewhere, I would think, now where have I seen that face before? And after much thought, I would realize, he looks like the old man from that sushi stall, and give a bitter laugh. This happened on more than one occasion, that even now, when her name and even her face have faded from my memory, I can remember the face of that old sushi stall proprietor with enough accuracy to draw it. Must mean that the sushi at that time was exceptionally bad and caused me much cold and suffering. In the first place, I have never once thought that the sushi was delicious, even when taken by someone to a shop that was said to serve good sushi. It is too big. I always thought, can they not form it neatly to the size of a thumb? I was waiting for her. She was renting the second floor of a carpenter's house in Honjo. On that second floor, I, without hiding in the least the usual gloom of my heart, drank tea with one hand pressed to my cheek, as if suffering from a terrible toothache, and that posture of mine, on the contrary, seemed to please her. She, too, was a woman who felt as if a cold, wintry wind were blowing about her, with only the fallen leaves dancing madly. A woman who felt completely isolated. As we rested together, she told me that she was 2 years older than I, that her hometown was Hiroshima, that she had a husband, that he had been a barber in Hiroshima, that they had run away from home together and fled to Tokyo last spring, but that her husband, in Tokyo, had not taken up any decent work and had eventually been charged with fraud and was now in prison. She had been going to the prison every day to bring him things, but from tomorrow she would stop. Such was her story, but I, for some reason, was of a nature that could take no interest whatsoever in a woman's life story. Was it because of the woman's clumsy way of telling it? That is, because she misplaced the emphasis of her story? In any case, for me, it was always like water off a duck's back. Wretched. I had always expected that I would surely be more moved to sympathy by that single murmur than by a woman's 10 million words of her life story. But I find it both strange and mysterious that I have never once heard that word from any woman in this world. And yet, though she did not say wretched in words, she possessed a silent, terrible wretchedness, like an aura about an inch wide around the outer shell of her body. When I drew close to her, my own body was enveloped in that aura, and the somewhat prickly, gloomy aura that I possessed would blend with it in just the right way. And like a dead leaf settling on a rock at the bottom of the water, myself was able to be free from both terror and anxiety. It was entirely different from the feeling of sleeping soundly and securely in the embrace of those idiotic prostitutes. In the first place, those prostitutes were cheerful. That one night spent with the wife of the fraud convict was, for me, a happy, I have no intention of ever again using such an audacious word, without any hesitation, in the affirmative, in this entire notebook, Night of Liberation. But it was only one night. In the morning, I awoke, sprang up, and had become my former frivolous, affected clown. A coward fears even happiness. He is injured by cotton. There are times when one is wounded by happiness. Before I could be wounded, I was in a hurry to part from her, just as we were, and I began to spread the smoke screen of my usual buffoonery. You know that saying, when the money runs out, the love runs out? Well, the interpretation is the other way around. It doesn't mean that when a man runs out of money, he gets dumped by a woman. It means that when a man runs out of money, he just naturally becomes dispirited and useless. The sound of his laughter loses its strength, and he gets strangely resentful. And in the end, he becomes desperate, and it's the man who dumps the woman, dumps her, and dumps her, and dumps her in a half frenzy. That's what it means, according to a book called The Kanazawa Daijirin. Poor thing. I can understand that feeling, though. I seem to recall saying some such foolish thing and making Tsuneko burst out laughing. To overstay my welcome would be pointless, and there was a risk, so I quickly took my leave without even washing my face. But my thoughtless remark at that time, when the money runs out, the love runs out, later came to have an unexpected consequence. For a month after that, I did not see my benefactor of that night. As the days passed after we parted, my joy faded, and the fact that I had received a fleeting kindness became, on the contrary, vaguely terrifying. I began to feel a terrible self-imposed constraint, and even the mundane fact that I had made Tsuneko bear the entire cost of the bill at that cafe at that time began to weigh on my mind. Tsuneko, too, like the boarding house keeper's daughter, and that student from the Women's Higher Normal School, seemed to me to be just another woman who would only threaten me. Though we were far apart, I was constantly terrified of Tsuneko. On top of that, I was of a nature that, when I met a woman I had rested with again, I could not help but feel that I would suddenly be scolded with the fury of a raging fire, and I was extremely reluctant to meet her. And so I began to avoid Ginza. But that reluctance was by no means a product of my own cunning. It was because I had not yet fully grasped the mysterious phenomenon that women live their lives by magnificently severing the two worlds, the time after resting and the time after waking in the morning, without a single dust mote-sized connection between them, as if in complete oblivion. At the end of November, I was drinking cheap wine with Horiki at a street stall in Kanda. This wicked friend, even after we had left the stall, insisted that we drink somewhere else. Though we had no money left, he still persisted, "Let's drink, let's drink." At that moment, I, emboldened by drink, said, "Very well, then. I shall take you to the land of dreams. Do not be surprised. It is a place called the Lake of Wine and Forest of Meat. A cafe? Precisely. Let's go." And so it was decided. The two of us boarded a streetcar, and Horiki, in high spirits, said, "Tonight I am starved for a woman." May I kiss a waitress? Horiki, knowing this, pressed the point with me. Is it all right? I'm going to kiss her, the waitress who sits next to me. I'll definitely show you I can kiss her. Is it all right? I suppose it doesn't matter. My thanks. I am starved for a woman. We got off at Ginza Forchome, and, with Tsuneko as our lifeline, entered that so-called Lake of Wine and Forest of Meat cafe, almost penniless. The moment we sat down opposite each other in an empty booth, Tsuneko and another waitress came running over. The other waitress sat down next to me, and Tsuneko, with a thud, sat down next to Horiki. At this, I was startled. Tsuneko will now be kissed. It was not a feeling of regret. I have, from the beginning, had little of what is called a sense of possession. And even if I were to feel a faint regret on occasion, I lacked the spirit to assert my right of ownership and contend with another. Later, I would even go so far as to silently watch as my own common-law wife was violated. I wanted, as much as possible, not to touch upon the quarrels of human beings. To be drawn into that vortex was terrifying. Tsuneko and I had a relationship of only one night. Tsuneko was not mine. I could not possibly possess such an arrogant desire as to think it a pity. And yet I was startled. It was because I felt pity for the fate of Tsuneko, who would, before my very eyes, receive Horiki's violent kiss. Tsuneko, defiled by Horiki, would have to part from me, and I, for my part, lacked the positive passion to hold her back. Ah, it is all over now. For a moment, I was startled by Tsuneko's misfortune, but then I immediately resigned myself to it, as pliant as water. I compared Horiki's face and Tsuneko's and grinned, but the situation, quite unexpectedly, unfolded for the worse. I've had enough, Horiki said, his mouth twisted in a sneer. Even I, he continued, for such a poverty-stricken woman. As if utterly disgusted, he folded his arms, stared at Tsuneko, and gave a bitter laugh. Wine. We have no money, I said to Tsuneko in a low voice. I felt as if I could drink until I was drenched in it. Seen through the eyes of a so-called vulgarian, Tsuneko was not even worthy of a drunkard's kiss. She was merely a shabby, poverty-stricken woman. It was not unexpected, nor was it surprising. I felt as if I had been struck down by a thunderbolt. I drank and drank and drank as I had never done before, until I was reeling with intoxication. I looked at Tsuneko, and we exchanged sorrowful smiles. Indeed, now that he had said it, she did seem to be just a strangely tired, poverty-stricken woman. But at the same time, the affinity of those without money, the discord between rich and poor, though it may seem cliché, is, I now believe, one of the eternal themes of drama. That feeling of affinity welled up in my chest. Tsuneko became dear to me, and for the first time since I was born, I became aware of the movement of my heart in love, actively, of my own accord. However faint, I vomited. I lost all consciousness of my surroundings. That was the first time I had ever drunk so much as to lose myself in such a way. When I awoke, Tsuneko was sitting by my pillow. I had been sleeping in the second-floor room of the carpenter's house in Honjo. You said, when the money runs out, the love runs out. And I thought you were joking. But were you serious? You wouldn't come to me. What a complicated way to end things. Even if I earn for you? Is it no good? No good. Then the woman, too, rested, and at dawn the word death came from her lips for the first time. She, too, seemed to be utterly exhausted by the workings of human life, and I, too, when I thought of my terror of the world, the vexations, the money, that movement of ours, the women, my studies, I felt I could not possibly endure and go on living. I readily agreed to her proposal, and yet, at that time, I had not yet formed the resolution to die as a tangible reality. Somewhere within me, a sense of play was lurking. That morning, the two of us were wandering through the 6th district of Asakusa. We entered a coffee shop and drank milk. You go ahead and pay. I stood up, took a coin purse from the sleeve of my kimono, and opened it. 3 copper coins. I was assailed by a feeling more of ghastly horror than of shame. What immediately floated into my mind's eye was my room at the Senyukan, a desolate room where only my uniform and futon remained, with not a single other thing that could be pawned. Other than that, there was only the Kasuri kimono I was now wearing and my cloak. This is my reality. I cannot go on living. I knew this with a terrible clarity. As I stood there, bewildered, the woman also stood up, peered into my coin purse, and said, "Oh, is that all?" It was an innocent voice, but it was a voice that pierced me to the very bone. It was painful, precisely because it was the voice of the person I had fallen in love with for the first time. That's all. This is all. 3 copper coins are not money at all. It was a strange humiliation, the likes of which I had never before tasted. A humiliation that made it impossible to go on living. In the end, I suppose that at that time I had not yet fully shed the skin of the species known as rich man's son. At that moment, I resolved, as a tangible reality, to die of my own accord. That night, we threw ourselves into the sea at Kamakura. The woman, saying, "This obi is borrowed from a friend at the shop," untied her obi, folded it, and placed it on a rock. I, too, took off my cloak, placed it in the same spot, and together we entered the water. The woman died, and I alone was saved. Perhaps because I was a high school student, and perhaps because my father's name had some so-called news value, the incident seems to have been taken up as a rather large issue in the newspapers. I was taken to a hospital by the sea, and a relative from my hometown rushed to my side, took care of various matters, and then, informing me that my father and the entire family were furious, and that I might very well be disowned by my family for this, he returned home. But I, more than any of that, longed for the dead Tsuneko, and did nothing but weep and weep, for truly, of all the people I had known until then, it was only that poverty-stricken Tsuneko whom I had loved. A long letter came from the boarding house keeper's daughter, a letter in which 50 tanka poems were written, 50 poems, all beginning with the strange phrase, "Live for me." And nurses would come to my hospital room, laughing cheerfully, to visit, and there was even a nurse who would squeeze my hand tightly before she left. It was discovered at that hospital that I had a problem with my left lung, and this turned out to be very convenient for me. Eventually, I was taken from the hospital to the police under the charge of aiding and abetting a suicide, but at the police station, they treated me as a sick person and placed me in a special protection room. In the dead of night, an old policeman who was keeping a sleepless watch in the duty room next to the protection room quietly opened the door between us. "Hey," he called out to me. "You must be cold. Come over here and warm yourself," he said. I deliberately went meekly into the duty room, sat down in a chair, and warmed myself by the brazier. "You must still long for the dead woman, mustn't you?" "Yes," I replied in a voice so faint it seemed on the verge of disappearing. "That, after all, is human feeling." He gradually began to put on a grand air. "Where was it that you first had relations with the woman?" he asked with the pompous air of a judge. He, underestimating me as a child, seemed to have a mind to draw out some lewd reminiscence from me, as if he himself were the chief investigator, to while away the tedium of an autumn night. I quickly perceived this and had to struggle to keep from bursting out laughing. I knew that I was at liberty to refuse to answer such an unofficial interrogation by a policeman, but to add a little amusement to the long autumn night, I, with the utmost gravity, put on a show of so-called sincerity, as if I firmly believed that this policeman was indeed the chief investigator and that the severity of my punishment rested on his whim alone, and gave a vague statement sufficient to somewhat satisfy his lecherous curiosity. I see. I understand, for the most part. If you answer everything honestly, we, for our part, will show some leniency. Thank you very much. I am in your hands." And it was a tour de force that would bring me no benefit, not a single thing. When morning came, I was summoned by the chief of police. This time, it was a formal interrogation. The moment I opened the door and entered the chief's office, he said, "Well now, a handsome fellow, this isn't your fault. It's the fault of your mother, who gave birth to such a handsome man." He was a still young chief with a dark complexion, who had the air of a university graduate. To be told this so suddenly made me feel as if I had a large red birthmark plastered across half my face, as if I were an ugly cripple, a miserable creature. The interrogation by this chief, who looked like a judo or kendo champion, was surprisingly brief, a world away from the secret, obstinate, and lecherous interrogation by the old policeman in the dead of night. When the questioning was over, the chief, while writing up the documents to be sent to the prosecutor's office, said, "You must make your body strong. It seems you're coughing up blood, aren't you?" That morning, I had a strange cough, and each time I coughed, I would cover my mouth with a handkerchief, and on that handkerchief there were specks of blood, as if a red hail had fallen. But it was not blood from my throat, it was blood from a small boil that had formed under my ear the night before, which I had been picking at. However, it suddenly occurred to me that it might be more convenient not to explain this, and so I simply said, "Yes," casting my eyes down and answering with a commendable air. The chief finished writing the documents and said, "Whether or not you will be prosecuted, that is for the prosecutor to decide, but you had better ask your guarantor to come to the prosecutor's office in Yokohama today, by telegram or telephone. You must have someone, a guardian or a guarantor, don't you?" I remembered a man named Shibuta, a dealer in paintings and curios, who frequented my father's Tokyo villa. He was from the same hometown as us, and served as a kind of flatterer to my father. This stout, unmarried man in his 40s was my school guarantor, because his face, and especially his eyes, resembled a flounder. My father always called him Hirame, flounder, and I, too, had grown accustomed to calling him that. I borrowed the police station's telephone directory, found Hirame's number, and called him, asking him to come to the prosecutor's office in Yokohama. Hirame, in a haughty tone, as if he were a different person, nevertheless agreed to come. "Hey, you'd better disinfect that telephone right away. After all, he's coughing up blood." After I had been taken back to the protection room, the chief's loud voice giving this instruction to the other policemen reached my ears where I sat. In the afternoon, my torso was bound with a thin hemp rope, which I was allowed to hide with my cloak. A young policeman held the end of that rope firmly, and together we headed for Yokohama by train. And yet, I felt not the slightest anxiety. That police protection room, that old policeman, they were dear to me. Ah, why am I like this? When I am bound as a criminal, I feel, on the contrary, a sense of relief, and I become calm and composed. Even now, as I write of the memory of that time, I feel a truly free and pleasant emotion. But even among the dear memories of that period, there was one, just one, miserable failure that brought me out in a cold sweat, and which I shall never forget as long as I live. In a dim room at the prosecutor's office, I underwent a brief interrogation by the prosecutor. The prosecutor was a quiet man of about 40, with a face that, even if I had been beautiful, my beauty would have been, so to speak, a beauty of depravity, whereas his face possessed what one might call a righteous beauty, an air of intelligent serenity. He seemed to be a man who was not fussy, and so I, too, let my guard down completely, and was giving a vague statement when suddenly that cough of mine came upon me. I took a handkerchief from my sleeve, and, catching sight of the blood, the base thought of tactical maneuvering arose in my mind, that this cough, too, might be of some use. I added 2 or 3 extra, false coughs for good measure, and, keeping the handkerchief over my mouth, I glanced at the prosecutor's face. In that split second, he said, with a quiet smile, "Is that real?" A cold sweat. No. Even now, as I recall it, I feel like spinning in a frenzy. It is no exaggeration to say that the feeling was even greater than the time in middle school when that fool Takaichi poked me in the back, saying, "It's a trick, and kicked me down into hell. That and this, 2 great failures of acting in my entire life. There are even times when I think that it would have been better to be sentenced to 10 years in prison than to have met with such quiet contempt from the prosecutor. My prosecution was suspended, but I was not in the least bit happy. In a state of utter misery, I sat on a bench in the waiting room of the prosecutor's office, waiting for my guarantor, Hirame, to arrive. Through the high window behind me, I could see the sunset sky, and a seagull was flying in a shape that resembled the character for woman. Chapter 3. The Third Notebook. Of Takeichi's prophecies, one came true, and one did not. The prophecy that I would be adored, a prophecy of no honor, came true. But the prophecy of blessing, that I would surely become a great painter, did not. I was able to become nothing more than an obscure, clumsy cartoonist for a vulgar magazine. Because of the Kamakura incident, I was expelled from high school. I began to sleep and wake in a 3-mat room on the 2nd floor of Hirame's house. A very small amount of money was sent secretly from my hometown each month, not directly to me, but to Hirame's place, and it seemed to be in the form of my elder brother's sending it, hidden from my father. But that was all. My connection with my hometown was completely severed. And Hirame was always in a bad mood. Even when I would force a sociable laugh, he would not laugh. Can a human being change so easily, as if turning over the palm of one's hand? It was a change so terrible that it seemed base, or rather, even comical. You are not to go out. In any case, please do not go out. That was all he would say to me. Hirame seemed to suspect that I was a suicide risk. That is, he seemed to see a danger that I might follow the woman and throw myself into the sea again, and so he strictly forbade me from going out. But I could not drink wine, nor could I smoke tobacco. I simply spent my days, from morning till night, huddled under the kotatsu in my 3-mat room on the 2nd floor, reading old magazines, living a life no different from that of a fool. I had lost even the will to commit suicide. Hirame's house was near the medical school in Okubo, though the sign, with its rather grand characters reading Syrian, dealer in paintings and curios, was quite impressive. The house itself was 1/2 of a 2-family dwelling. The shop front was narrow, and the interior was covered in dust, with only a random assortment of junk on display, though Hirame did not, in fact, make his living by relying on the junk in his shop. He seemed to earn his money by acting as a go-between. When, for example, the treasured possession of one so-called master was to have its ownership transferred to another so-called master. He was almost never to be found sitting in the shop. He would usually leave in the morning with a difficult expression on his face, and in his absence, a boy of 17 or 18 would be left behind. This boy was my guard, though he would, whenever he had a spare moment, play catch with the neighborhood children outside. He seemed to regard the freeloader on the second floor as little more than a fool or a madman, and would even lecture me with the preachy tone of an adult. I, being of a nature that could not argue with people, would listen to him with a tired, or perhaps impressed, expression on my face, and obey. This boy was Shibuta's illegitimate child, but for some strange reason, Shibuta did not acknowledge him as his son, and the fact that Shibuta had remained a bachelor all his life also seemed to have some reason in that vicinity. I seem to recall having heard a rumor about it from my family members before, but I, being of a nature that takes little interest in the personal affairs of others, know nothing of the details. But in the boy's eyes, too, there was something that strangely reminded one of the eyes of a fish. So, perhaps he really was Hirame's illegitimate child. But if that were the case, then the two of them were a truly lonely father and son. Late at night, there were times when, unbeknownst to me, on the second floor, the two of them would order soba noodles and eat them in silence. At Hirame's house, the meals were always prepared by the boy. Only the meals for the troublesome person on the second floor were placed on a separate tray and carried up to the second floor by the boy 3 times a day. Hirame and the boy would eat their meals busily in the damp 4.5 mat room at the bottom of the stairs, with the clattering sound of their plates and small bowls. One evening at the end of March, Hirame, perhaps having come upon an unexpected windfall, or perhaps having some other stratagem in mind, even if both of these conjectures were correct, there were probably also several other, more detailed reasons that were beyond my powers of conjecture, invited me to the dinner table downstairs, where, unusually, there was even a flask of sake. The master of the feast himself admired and praised the sashimi, which was not hirame, but maguro, and urged a little sake even upon the absent-minded freeloader. What do you intend to do from now on? I did not answer him. I picked up a piece of tatami iwashi from a plate on the table and gazed at the silver eyes of the small fish. A faint intoxication began to spread through me, and I grew nostalgic for the days when I used to wander about and play. I even felt nostalgic for Horiki. I longed for freedom, and suddenly I felt as if I might begin to weep ever so faintly. Since coming to this house, I had lost even the spirit to play the clown. I simply lay in the contempt of Hirame and the boy. Hirame, for his part, also seemed to be avoiding any long, intimate conversations with me, and I, for my part, had no inclination to chase after Hirame and appeal to him for anything. I had almost completely become a freeloader with a foolish face. A suspended prosecution, it seems, does not count as a prior conviction or anything of that sort. So, well, with a little effort on your part, you can be rehabilitated. If you have a change of heart, and if you, on your own initiative, come to me for a serious consultation. I, too, will consider it. In Hirame's way of speaking, no, in the way of speaking of all the people in the world, there was this kind of convoluted, somehow hazy, subtle complexity, as if you were always on the verge of fleeing. I was always bewildered by that almost uselessly severe caution, and by the innumerable fussy tactical maneuvers. I would begin to feel that it didn't matter, and I would either make a joke of it with my buffoonery, or I would take the attitude of defeat, so to speak, of leaving everything to him with a silent nod. On this occasion, too, I later came to know that it would have been sufficient for Hirame to simply report to me, roughly, as follows, and I felt a certain gloom at Hirame's unnecessary caution, or rather, at the incomprehensible vanity and saving of face of the people of the world. Hirame, at that time, should have just said this: whether it's a government school or a private one, in any case, from April, you are to enter some school. Your living expenses, once you enter school, are arranged to be sent more fully from home. I learned much later that this was, in fact, the case, and I, too, would have followed that instruction. And yet, because of Hirame's disagreeably cautious and roundabout way of speaking, things became strangely complicated, and the direction of my life was completely altered. If you have no intention of coming to me for a serious consultation, then there is nothing to be done. What kind of consultation? I truly had no idea. That is something that is in your own heart, is it not? For example, what do you, yourself, intend to do from now on? Would it be better if I worked? No. What are your feelings? I ask. But even if I were to say I would enter a school, that, of course, requires money. But the issue is not money. It is your feelings. Why did he not say, in a single word, that the money was arranged to come from home? With that one word, my own feelings should have been decided, but for me, it was all a dense fog. What do you think? Do you have something that might be called a hope for the future? Really, I wonder if a person who is being cared for can understand how difficult it is to care for another person. I am sorry. It is truly a worrisome thing. I, too, having once undertaken to care for you, do not wish for you to have a half-hearted attitude. I want you to show me your resolve to follow the path of rehabilitation with dignity. For example, your future course, if you were to come to me for a serious consultation about that, I, too, intend to respond to that consultation. It is, after all, the assistance of a poor man like Hirame, so if you were to hope for the kind of luxury you had before, you would be disappointed. But if your feelings are firm, and you have clearly established your future course, and if you were to consult with me, I am even thinking of helping you, even if only a little at a time, for the sake of your rehabilitation. Do you understand? My feelings. What, I ask, do you intend to do from now on? If I cannot be kept here on the second floor, I will work. Are you saying such a thing in earnest? In this world today, even if one were to graduate from the Imperial University, no, I do not intend to become a salaried man. Then, what is it? A painter. I said it, taking the plunge. Oh? I cannot forget the cunning shadow on Hirame's face as he laughed, shrinking his neck. At that moment, it resembled a shadow of contempt, and yet it was different. If one were to compare the world to the sea, it was a laugh that seemed as if such a strange shadow were wavering in the 1,000-fathom depths of that sea. A laugh that seemed to offer a glimpse into the depths of an adult's life. That's no way to have a conversation. Your feelings are not firm at all. Think about it. Think about it seriously tonight, I was told. I went up to the second floor as if I were being chased, but even when I went to bed, no particular thoughts came to me. And when dawn came, I fled from Hirame's house. I will be back this evening, without fail. I am going to consult with the friend mentioned below about my future course, so please do not worry. Truly. I wrote this in large letters on a piece of stationery with a pencil, and then, having written down the name and address of Horiki Masao in Asakusa, I secretly left Hirame's house. It was not that I had fled out of resentment at being lectured by Hirame. I was, just as Hirame had said, a man whose feelings were not firm, and I had no idea whatsoever about my future course. To continue to be a burden on Hirame's house was a pity for Hirame, and if, by some chance, a feeling of inspiration were to arise in me and I were to set my ambitions, the thought of having that rehabilitation fund, assisted monthly by that poor Hirame, was so painful that I could not bear to stay. But I had not left Hirame's house with the serious intention of going to consult with the likes of Horiki about my so-called future course. It was simply that I wanted to set Hirame's mind at ease, even if only for a little while, even if only for a fleeting moment. Rather than saying that I had written that note out of a detective novel-like stratagem of wanting to escape as far as possible in the meantime, no, there was surely a faint feeling of that. Too, it is perhaps more accurate to say that I was simply terrified of suddenly giving Hirame a shock and throwing him into confusion and bewilderment. Though it was bound to be found out, I was terrified of saying so, and it was one of my sad habits to always add some kind of embellishment. It resembled a character that the people of the world call a liar and despise, but I have almost never performed that embellishment for my own benefit. It was simply that a sudden, disenchanting change in the atmosphere was so terrifying it was suffocating. And even when I knew that it would be to my disadvantage later, out of that desperate service of mine, however distorted, weak, and foolish it may have been, I would often, out of that feeling of service, add a single word of embellishment. But this habit, too, was greatly taken advantage of by the so-called honest people of the world. At that moment, I simply jotted down Horiki's name and address on the edge of the stationery as it floated up from the bottom of my memory. I left Hirame's house and walked to Shinjuku. I sold the books I had in my pocket, and then, as expected, I was at a loss. Though I was sociable with everyone, I had never once felt what is called friendship. All my associations were nothing but a source of pain, and in my desperate attempts to knead away that pain by playing the clown, I would, on the contrary, become utterly exhausted. Even if I were to catch sight of the face of a slight acquaintance, or even a face that resembled it, on the street, I would be startled and, for a moment, be assailed by a disagreeable shudder that was almost dizzying. Though I knew that I was liked by people, I seemed to be lacking in the ability to love people. Though for my part, I have great doubts as to whether the people of the world even possess the ability to love. For such a person as myself, there was no way that a so-called best friend could be made. And on top of that, I lacked even the ability to visit. The gate of another person's house was, for me, more eerie than the gate of hell in the Divine Comedy. I could, without exaggeration, feel the presence of a terrifying, dragon-like, rank-smelling, strange beast squirming in the depths beyond that gate. I have no association with anyone. I can visit nowhere. Horiki. It was truly a case of a jest turning into a reality. Just as I had written in that note, I decided to go and visit Horiki in Asakusa. Until then, I had never once, on my own initiative, visited Horiki's house. I would usually summon Horiki to my side by telegram, but now I was even anxious about the cost of a telegram. And out of the resentment of my fallen state, I thought that perhaps Horiki would not come if I only sent a telegram. And so I resolved to make a visit, which was, for me, the most difficult thing of all. I sighed, boarded a streetcar, and when I realized that my only lifeline in this world was that Horiki, I was assailed by a terrible premonition that sent a chill down my spine. Horiki was at home. It was a 2-story house at the back of a dirty alley. Horiki used the single 6-mat room on the 2nd floor, and downstairs, his old parents and a young craftsman, the 3 of them, were manufacturing Geta sandals, sewing and hammering the straps. That day, Horiki showed me a new side of himself as a city dweller. It was what is commonly called chakari-sei, a shrewd, calculating nature. It was a cold, cunning egoism that made me, a country bumpkin, stare in astonishment. He was not a man like myself, who simply flowed on without end. I'm completely fed up with you. Did you get permission from your old man? Not yet? I could not say that I had run away. I, as was my custom, deceived him. Though I knew that Horiki would surely notice it soon, I deceived him. It'll work out somehow. Hey, this is no laughing matter. I'm warning you. You'd better stop being a fool around here. I have something to do today. I've been ridiculously busy lately. Something to do? What kind of thing? Hey, don't break the thread on the zabuton. As I was talking, I had been unconsciously toying with one of the threads at the 4 corners of the zabuton I was sitting on, the kind with tassels, pulling on it, and so on. Horiki, it seemed, cherished every single thread of a zabuton if it belonged to his house. Without a hint of shame, he, with a glare in his eyes, rebuked me. When I think about it, Horiki had lost nothing whatsoever in his association with me up to that point. Horiki's old mother brought 2 bowls of oshiruko on a tray. I am sorry. Is this oshiruko? How magnificent. You needn't have gone to such trouble. I have an errand and must go out shortly. No, but it would be a waste of your prized oshiruko. I will have some. You have one too. My mother went to the trouble of making it. Ah, this is delicious. How magnificent. He said this not entirely as if it were an act, but with great joy, and ate it with relish. I too sipped at it, but it smelled of hot water, and when I ate the mochi, it was not mochi, but something I did not recognize. I by no means despised its poverty. At the time, I did not think it tasted bad, and the old mother's kindness touched me deeply. I have, I believe, a terror of poverty, but no feeling of contempt. It is only that, through that oshiruko, and through Horiki who rejoiced in that oshiruko, I was shown the frugal nature of the city dweller and the reality of the homes of the people of Tokyo, who live their lives with a clear distinction between inside and outside. I, a simple fool who with no distinction between inside and outside did nothing but endlessly flee from human life, was left completely behind with a sense that I had been abandoned, even by Horiki. I wish only to record that, as I handled the lacquered chopsticks, their paint peeling, I was overcome with an unbearable wretchedness. Sorry, but I have something to do today, Horiki said, standing up and putting on his jacket. Excuse me, but I must be going. At that moment, a female visitor arrived for Horiki, and my own circumstances took a sudden turn. Horiki suddenly became animated. Ah, I am sorry. I was just about to pay you a visit, but this person suddenly arrived. No, it doesn't matter. Please, come in. He seemed to be in a considerable fluster. I removed the zabuton I was sitting on, turned it over, and offered it to him. But he snatched it from me, turned it over again, and offered it to the woman. In the room, besides Horiki's zabuton, there was only one other guest, zabuton. The woman was thin and tall. She set the zabuton aside and sat in a corner near the entrance. I listened absently to their conversation. The woman seemed to be from a magazine company, and it appeared that she had previously asked Horiki for a cut or something of the sort, and had come to pick it up. I am in a hurry. It has been ready for some time. Here it is, please. A telegram arrived. Horiki read it, and his cheerful face instantly turned grim. Shh, you? What is the meaning of this? It was a telegram from Hirame. In any case, go back at once. I suppose it would be best if I were to escort you, but I have no time for that now. To have run away from home, and to have such a carefree look on your face, where is your home? It is in Okubo. I had answered without thinking. In that case, it is near my office. The woman was 28 years old, born in Koshu. She lived in an apartment in Konji with her 5-year-old daughter. She said that it had been 3 years since she had been bereaved of her husband. You seem like a person who has grown up with a great deal of hardship. You are very considerate, you poor thing. For the first time, I lived a life like that of a kept man. After Shizuko, that was the name of the female reporter, left for her job at the magazine company in Shinjuku, I and her 5-year-old daughter, Shigeko, would quietly keep house. Until then, it seemed that when her mother was away, Shigeko would play in the apartment manager's room. But now that a considerate uncle had appeared as a playmate, she seemed to be in a very good mood. For about a week, I was there, in a daze. On a telephone wire just outside the apartment window, a yakodako, a man-shaped kite, was caught. Blown by the dusty spring wind, it was torn, and yet it clung stubbornly to the wire, refusing to let go, nodding its head as if in agreement with something. Every time I saw it, I would give a bitter laugh, blush, and even see it in my dreams, where it would torment me. I want money. How much? A lot. When the money runs out, the love runs out. It's the truth, you know. That's ridiculous. Such an old-fashioned... But you don't understand. If things go on like this, I might have to run away. Who's the poor one anyway? And who's the one running away? How strange. I want to earn my own money, and with that money, I want to buy wine. No, tobacco. And as for painting, I believe I'm much better than the likes of Horiki. At times like this, what would naturally float up in my mind's eye were those several self-portraits, the so-called ghosts of Takechi, that I had painted in my middle school days. A lost masterpiece. It had been lost during my frequent moves, but I have a feeling that those, at least, were truly excellent paintings. After that, no matter what I painted, it fell far, far short of those gems in my memory, and I was always tormented by a languid sense of loss, as if my chest were empty. A glass of absinthe, left undrunk. That is how I secretly described that eternally irreparable sense of loss. When the subject of painting came up, that undrunk glass of absinthe would flicker before my eyes, and I would writhe in the torment of wanting to show this person that painting, to make her believe in my artistic talent. I wonder about that. You're cute because you say jokes with a serious face. It's not a joke, it's the truth. I want to show her that painting. I would writhe in a fruitless agony, and then, suddenly changing my mind, I would give up. Cartoons. At the very least, when it comes to cartoons, I believe I'm better than Horiki. Those words of a deceptive clown were, on the contrary, believed more seriously. That's true. I was actually quite impressed. The cartoons you always draw for Shikeko, they even make me burst out laughing. Why don't you give it a try? I could ask the editor-in-chief of my company for you. That company published a monthly magazine for children, a magazine that was not very well known. When most women see you, they can't help but want to do something for you. You're always so timid, and yet you're a clown. Sometimes you're all alone, terribly sunk in gloom. But that, too, only makes a woman's heart itch all the more. Even when Shizuko would say these and various other things to me, flattering me, if I thought that this was precisely the loathsome characteristic of a kept man, then I would only sink all the more, and I could not muster any energy at all. More than women, money, I secretly wished to escape from Shizuko and support myself. And though I devised various plans, I, on the contrary, fell into a situation where I had to rely on Shizuko more and more. The aftermath of my running away from home and whatnot, almost everything was taken care of by this mannish woman from Kashu, and as a result, I had to be all the more timid towards Shizuko. Through Shizuko's arrangements, a meeting was held between Hirame, Horiki, and Shizuko. I was completely cut off from my hometown, and it was decided that Shizuko and I would live together, openly and honestly. And, again, thanks to Shizuko's efforts, my cartoons surprisingly began to earn money. With that money, I bought both wine and tobacco, but my loneliness and gloom only grew stronger. I was truly sunk in gloom, and as I was drawing the monthly serial cartoon, The Adventures of Kinta-san and Ota-san, for Shizuko's magazine, I would suddenly remember my home in the countryside, and in my overwhelming wretchedness, my pen would stop moving, and there were times when I would hang my head and shed tears. At times like that, my faint salvation was Shigeko. By that time, Shigeko had begun to call me Oto-chan, Daddy, without any hesitation. Oto-chan, is it true that if you pray, God will give you anything? Grant me a cold will. Grant me to know the essence of man. Is it not a sin for a man to push another man aside? Grant me a mask of anger. Yes, that's right. He will probably give Shigeko anything, but for Oto-chan, it might be no good. I was terrified even of God. I could not believe in God's love. I believed only in God's punishment. Faith. It seemed to me to be nothing more than bowing one's head and approaching the seat of judgment, simply to receive God's whip. Though I could believe in hell, I could not for the life of me believe in the existence of heaven. Why is it no good? Because I disobeyed my parents' orders. Is that so? But everyone says that Oto-chan is a very good person. That is because I am deceiving them. I know that I am shown kindness by all the people in this apartment, but how much I fear them all. The more I fear, the more I am liked, and the more I am liked, the more I fear, and I must leave them all. To explain this unfortunate morbid habit to Shigeko was a matter of extreme difficulty. Shigeko, what is it that you want to ask God for? I changed the subject, feigning nonchalance. Shigeko wants her real Oto-chan. I was startled, and my head spun. An enemy. Was I Shigeko's enemy, or was Shigeko my enemy? In any case, here, too, was a terrifying adult who threatened me. A stranger, an incomprehensible stranger, a stranger full of secrets. Shigeko's face suddenly appeared to me in that light, and I had thought that Shigeko, at least, was different. But she, too, possessed that cow's tail that suddenly swats a horsefly to death. From that time on, I had to be timid even with Shigeko. You lecher, are you in? Horiki had started to visit me again. This was the man who had made me so lonely on the day I ran away from home, and yet I could not refuse him. I would greet him with a faint smile. Your cartoons are getting quite popular, aren't they? Amateurs have a reckless, foolhardy courage that's hard to compete with. But don't let your guard down. Your drawing is not up to snuff at all. He would even adopt the attitude of a master. What kind of face would he make if I showed him that ghost painting of mine? I would writhe in that fruitless agony of mine and say, "Don't say that." A scream of "Gya" will come out. Horiki, looking all the more triumphant, would say, "With only a talent for getting on in the world, your true colors will show someday." A talent for getting on in the world? For my part, I could do nothing but give a bitter laugh. I have a talent for getting on in the world, but perhaps my fearing, avoiding, and deceiving human beings is the same as adhering to that worldly wise, cunning maxim of "let sleeping dogs lie." Ah, human beings, they do not understand each other at all. They see each other in a completely mistaken light, and yet they believe themselves to be the best of friends. They go through their whole lives without noticing it, and when their friend dies, they weep and read a eulogy, do they not? Horiki, in any case, he had surely been pushed into it by Shizuko, and had reluctantly agreed, had been present at the settling of the aftermath of my running away from home, and so he behaved as if he were my great benefactor in my rehabilitation, or a matchmaker. He would, with a plausible look on his face, say preachy things to me, or he would visit me late at night, drunk, and stay over, or he would borrow 5 yen and leave. But you'd better put an end to your womanizing around here. Any more than this, and the world will not forgive you. The world? What, I ask, is that? The plural of human being? Where is the substance of this thing called the world? And yet, I had lived my life until then thinking of it as something strong, severe, and terrifying. But when Horiki said that to me, the words, "the world, is it not you?" suddenly came to the tip of my tongue. But I did not want to anger Horiki, and so I swallowed them. It is not the world, it is you who will not forgive it, is it not? If you do such a thing, you will suffer a terrible fate at the hands of the world. It is not the world, it is you, is it not? Soon you will be buried by the world. It is not the world, it is you who will do the burying, is it not? Know thyself, thy personal terror, thy grotesqueness, thy villainy, thy old fox nature, thy sorceress nature. Various words such as these came and went in my heart, but I simply wiped the sweat from my face with a handkerchief and said with a laugh, "A cold sweat, a cold sweat." And yet, from that time on, I came to possess something that resembled a thought, the world. Is it not the individual? And once I began to think that the world might be the individual, I became able to act, to some extent, more on my own will than before. To borrow Shizuko's words, I became a little more selfish and less timid. To borrow Horiki's words, I became strangely stingy. And to borrow Shikeku's words, I stopped doting on Shikeko so much. I was taciturn, unsmiling. And every single day, while looking after Shigeko, I would, in response to orders from various companies, orders had begun to come in, little by little, from companies other than Shizuko's, but they were all from so-called third-rate publishers, even more vulgar than Shizuko's company. Draw serial cartoons, such as The Adventures of Kinta-san and Ota-san, or Nanki Osho, a blatant imitation of Nanki Nato-san, or Sekachi Pin-chan, a title of such desperation that even I did not understand it. With a truly gloomy feeling, I would slowly, my brushwork was extremely slow, draw, now only for the sake of wanting money for wine. And when Shizuko returned from her company, I would in turn slip out and go to the street stalls and stand-up bars near Koenji Station, where I would drink cheap, strong wine. Becoming a little more cheerful, I would return to the apartment. The more I look at you, the stranger your face is. The face of Nanki Osho was, in fact, inspired by your sleeping face. Your sleeping face, too, has aged considerably. You look like a man of 40. It's your fault. You've sucked the life out of me. The flow of water and the body of a man, what's to worry about? By the riverside. Don't make a fuss and go to sleep quickly, or will you have some rice? She was calm and composed and paid me no mind at all. If it's wine, I'll drink it. The flow of water and the body of a man, the flow of man, no, the flow of water and the body of water. Singing, I would have my clothes taken off by Shizuko, and, pressing my forehead against her breast, I would fall asleep. That was my daily life, and the next day, too, I would repeat the same thing. I had only to follow the custom that was no different from yesterday's. That is, as long as I avoided rough, great joys, great sorrows, too, would naturally not come. The troublesome stone that blocks the way, the toad goes around it. When I found these lines of poetry by a person named Guy Charles Cross, in a translation by Ueda Bin, I, all alone, blushed so deeply my face felt as if it were on fire. A toad, that is what I am. It is not a matter of the world forgiving or not forgiving. It is not a matter of burying or not burying. I am an animal inferior to both dogs and cats. A toad. I am just moving sluggishly. My drinking gradually increased in volume. I would go out to drink not only in the vicinity of Koenji Station, but also to Shinjuku and Ginza. And there were even times when I would stay out all night. I would, simply so as not to follow custom, pretend to be a ruffian in a bar, or kiss every woman I could find. In other words, I had once again become a drinker, even more dissolute and vulgar than before that love-suicide. No, than in those days. I was so hard up for money that I even began to take Shizuko's clothes. More than a year had passed since I had come here and given a bitter laugh at that torn Yako-dako. Around the time of the cherry blossoms in leaf, I once again secretly took Shizuko's obi and juben and went to a pawn shop. I made some money, drank in Ginza, and stayed out for 2 nights in a row. On the evening of the 3rd day, feeling, as one might expect, rather guilty, I unconsciously muffled my footsteps and came to the front of Shizuko's room in the apartment. From inside, I could hear the conversation of Shizuko and Shigeko. Why does he drink wine? Oto-chan, you see, is not drinking wine because he likes it. It's because he's such a good person. That's why. Do good people drink wine? Not necessarily. But Oto-chan will surely be surprised, won't he? He might not like it. Look, look, it jumped out of the box. It's like Sekachi Pin-chan, isn't it? Yes, it is. I could hear Shizuko's low laugh, a laugh that sounded truly happy. When I opened the door a crack and peered inside, I saw a baby white rabbit. It was hopping and skipping all over the room, and the mother and child were chasing after it. They are happy, these people. A fool like myself has come between these two, and soon I will ruin them both. A modest happiness, a good mother and child, happiness. Ah, if God would listen even to the prayer of one such as myself, just once in my life, I pray. I felt as if I wanted to crouch down right there and press my hands together in prayer. I quietly closed the door, went to Ginza again, and from that time on, I never returned to that apartment. And so, I came to be lying about, once again in the form of a kept man, on the 2nd floor of a stand-up bar, just near Kyobashi, the world. I felt as if I were somehow beginning to understand it. Vaguely, it is a struggle between individual and individual, and what is more, it is a struggle of the moment, and what is more, one has only to win in that moment. Man will never submit to man. Even a slave will deliver a servile, slave-like retaliation. Therefore, man has no other device for survival than to rely on the single-bout victory of the moment. While proclaiming what seems to be a just cause, the goal of one's efforts is always the individual, and then, overcoming the individual, another individual. The difficulty of the world is the difficulty of the individual. The ocean is not the world, but the individual. Having been somewhat liberated from my terror of the phantom of the great ocean that is the world, I had learned to behave with a certain degree of impudence as the immediate need arose, so to speak, without the endless worrying of before. I abandoned the apartment in Konji and said to the madam of the stand-up bar in Kyobashi, "I have left her. That was all I said, and that was enough. In other words, the single bout victory was decided, and from that night on, I, with a certain violence, began to stay on the second floor of that place. But the world, which should have been terrifying, did me no harm, and I, for my part, offered no explanation to the world. If the madam was so inclined, then everything was fine. I was like a customer of that shop, and like its master, and like an errand boy, and like a relative, though I must have been an existence of utterly unknown character to an outsider. The world was not in the least suspicious, and the regular customers of that shop, too, would call me Yo-chan. Yo-chan, treat me with great kindness, and give me wine to drink. I gradually became less cautious of the world. I began to think that the place called the world was not so terrifying after all. In other words, my terror up to that point had been like being terrified by the scientific superstitions that in the spring wind there are hundreds of thousands of whooping cough germs, in the public bath hundreds of thousands of germs that can blind you, in the barber shop hundreds of thousands of germs that can cause baldness, that on the hanging straps of the provincial trains scabies mites are swarming, or that in sashimi, or in undercooked beef and pork, the larvae of tapeworms, or flukes, or the eggs of some such thing are surely lurking, and that if you walk barefoot, a small shard of glass will enter the sole of your foot, and that shard will race through your body and pierce your eyeball, causing you to go blind. It is surely a scientifically accurate fact that hundreds of thousands of germs are floating, swimming, and squirming. And at the same time, I came to know that if one were to completely ignore their existence, they would become nothing more than scientific ghosts that would instantly disappear, having no connection whatsoever with oneself. 3 grains of rice left over in a lunchbox. If 10 million people were to leave 3 grains each day, how many bales of rice would be wasted? Or, if 10 million people were to save 1 sheet of tissue paper a day, how much pulp would be saved? How much I was terrified by such scientific statistics. Every time I left even a single grain of rice, and every time I blew my nose, I was tormented by the illusion that I was wasting a mountain of rice, a mountain of pulp, and I would feel a dark emotion, as if I were now committing a grave sin. But that is precisely the lie of science, the lie of statistics, the lie of mathematics. 3 grains of rice cannot be collected, and even as an applied problem of multiplication and division, it is a truly primitive and idiotic theme. How many times out of how many does a person misstep and fall into the hole of a dark, unlit toilet? Or how many out of how many passengers will drop their foot into that gap between the entrance of a provincial train and the edge of the platform? It is as foolish as calculating such a probability. Though it seems as if it could very well happen, one never hears of an example of someone misstepping over the hole of a toilet and getting injured. I had been taught such a hypothesis as a scientific fact, and had taken it as a complete reality, and had been terrified. I felt a fondness for the me of yesterday, and even wanted to laugh. That is how much I had come to know, little by little, the reality of the thing called the world. Even so, human beings were still, for me, terrifying. To meet the customers of the shop, I had to first gulp down a glass of wine, a morbid curiosity. Every night, I would nevertheless go out to the shop, and, just as a child will, on the contrary, squeeze tightly the small animals it is actually a little afraid of. I even began to, drunk, spout my clumsy theories of art at the customers. A cartoonist. But I was an obscure cartoonist with neither great joys nor great sorrows. No matter how great a sorrow might come later, I want a rough, great joy. Though I was inwardly impatient, my present joy consisted only of talking nonsense with the customers and drinking their wine. I had come to Kyobashi and had already continued this worthless life for nearly a year. My cartoons had come to be published not only in magazines for children, but also in vulgar, obscene magazines sold at train stations. Under the utterly flippant pseudonym of Joshi Ikita, a pun on love suicide lived, I would draw dirty, naked pictures and would usually insert into them verses from the Rubaiyat. Cease these useless prayers, I say. Cast aside that which brings forth tears. Come, let us have a drink, remembering only the good things, and forget all these unnecessary worries. Those wretches who threaten men with anxiety and fear cower before the monstrous sins of their own making, and to prepare for the vengeance of the dead, constantly plot and scheme within their own heads. Last night, my heart was filled with joy, filled with wine. This morning, I awoke to mere desolation. How strange! In the space of a single night, this change of mood. Stop thinking of things like curses. Like a drum beating from afar? Somehow, that thing is unsettling. If even a fart were to be counted as a sin, I'd be done for. Is justice the guiding principle of life? Then, in the blood-soaked battlefield, on the tip of the assassin's blade, what justice can reside? Where is the guiding principle? What light of wisdom is there? Beautiful and yet terrifying is this fleeting world. The frail child of man is made to bear a burden he cannot carry. And just because the seeds of an uncontrollable passion have been planted in him, he is cursed with good and evil, sin and punishment, and can do nothing but be bewildered, for he has been given neither the strength nor the will to suppress and crush it. Where on earth have you been wandering? What? Criticism? Examination? Reevaluation? Heh! Empty dreams, illusions that do not exist. Heh! I've forgotten the wine, so it's all a fool's errand. Look at this boundless sky. In it, a tiny, floating dot. How can one know why this earth rotates? Rotation, revolution, reverse rotation. It's all as it pleases. Everywhere, I feel a supreme power. In every country, in every people, I discover the same human nature. Am I a heretic, they say? They've all misread the Holy Scriptures, or else they have neither common sense nor wisdom. to forbid the joys of the flesh, to stop drinking wine. Very well, Mustafa. I despise such things. And yet, at that time, there was a virgin who urged me to stop drinking. It's not good, you know, to be drunk every day from noon. She was the 17 or 18-year-old daughter of the small tobacco shop across from the bar. Her name was Yoshi-chan, and she was a fair-skinned girl with a double tooth. Every time I went to buy tobacco, she would smile and admonish me. Why is it not good? Why is it wrong? Drink all the wine there is, O child of man, and erase your hatred. In ancient Persia, you see? Well, let's not. To a heart weary with sorrow, what brings hope is but the jeweled cup that brings a slight intoxication. Do you understand? I don't understand. You, rogue, I'll kiss you. She would stick out her lower lip without the slightest bit of shame. You fool. A sense of chastity. But in Yoshi-chan's expression, there was clearly the scent of a virgin who had been defiled by no one. The year turned, and on a bitterly cold night, I, drunk, went out to buy tobacco, fell into a manhole in front of the tobacco shop, and cried out, Yoshi-chan, help me. Yoshi-chan pulled me up and tended to the wound on my right arm. At that time, Yoshi-chan, without smiling, said with deep feeling, You drink too much, you know. I was not afraid of dying, but I was dead set against being injured, bleeding, and becoming a cripple. And so, as Yoshi-chan tended to the wound on my arm, I thought that perhaps I should give up drinking for good. I'll quit. From tomorrow, I won't drink a single drop. Really? I'll definitely quit. If I quit, Yoshi-chan, will you be my bride? But the matter of the bride was a joke. Of course, Mochi was the abbreviation for Mokairon, of course. At that time, various abbreviations like Mobo, Modern Boy, and Moga, Modern Girl, were in fashion. All right, let's make a pinky promise. I'll definitely quit. And the next day, I, as usual, drank from noon. In the evening, I staggered outside and stood in front of Yoshi-chan's shop. Yoshi-chan, I'm sorry. I drank. You're just pretending to be drunk. I was taken aback. I felt as if I had sobered up. No, it's the truth. I really did drink. I'm not just pretending to be drunk. Don't tease me. You're a bad person. She would not even try to doubt me. You should be able to tell by looking. I drank from noon today, too. Forgive me. You're a good actor, aren't you? It's not an act, you fool. I'll kiss you. Go ahead. No, I am not worthy. I must give up on making you my bride, too. Look at my face. It's red, isn't it? I drank. That's because the evening sun is shining on it. You can't fool me. We made a promise yesterday. There's no way you would drink. We made a pinky promise. You didn't drink. It's a lie, a lie, a lie. Yoshi-chan's white face, smiling as she sat in the dimly lit shop. Ah, a virginity that knows no defilement is a precious thing. I had never before slept with a virgin younger than myself. Let's get married. No matter how great a sorrow may come later because of it, I want a rough, great joy just once in my life. The beauty of virginity, I had thought it was nothing more than the sweet, sentimental illusion of a foolish poet. But it does, after all, exist in this world. Let's get married, and when spring comes, we'll go to see the Ioba waterfall by bicycle. Together. I made up my mind on the spot, and in a so-called single-bout victory, I did not hesitate to steal that flower. And so, we were eventually married, and the joy we gained thereby was not necessarily great, but the sorrow that came after was so great that to call it ghastly would not be enough. It was truly beyond imagination. For me, the world was, after all, an unfathomable, terrifying place. It was by no means a gentle place where everything from beginning to end could be decided by such a single-bout victory. Chapter 4. Horiki and I. If the form of what is called friendship in this world is to associate with each other while mutually despising each other, and in so doing, to mutually degrade oneself, then the relationship between Horiki and myself was indeed nothing other than friendship. I had clung to the chivalry of the madam of that stand-up bar in Kyobashi. Chivalry in a woman. What a strange use of words. But according to my experience, at least in the case of men and women of the city, women possessed a far greater abundance of that which should be called chivalry than men. Men were, for the most part, timid and fearful, concerned only with appearances, and, moreover, stingy. I had been able to make Yoshiko of that tobacco shop my common-law wife, and we had rented a room on the ground floor of a small, two-story wooden apartment building near the Sumida River in Tsukiji, and were living together. I had stopped drinking and was devoting myself to my work as a cartoonist, which was gradually becoming my regular profession. After dinner, we would go out to see a movie, and on the way back, we would stop at a coffee shop or buy a potted flower. No, more than that, it was a pleasure to listen to the words and watch the movements of this little bride who trusted me from the bottom of her heart. I had begun to faintly warm in my breast the sweet thought that perhaps I, too, could gradually become something like a human being, and could avoid a miserable death. It was at that very moment that Horiki appeared before my eyes again. Well, well, you lecher. Oh, you've managed to put on a somewhat more sensible-looking face. Today, I am an emissary from the Lady of Konji. He began to say this, but then suddenly lowered his voice and, jerking his chin in the direction of Yoshiko, who was preparing tea in the kitchen, he asked, "Is it all right?" "It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you like," I replied calmly. In fact, Yoshiko was what one might call a genius of trust, not only with the madam of the bar in Kyobashi, but even when I told her about the incident I had caused in Kamakura, she did not doubt my relationship with Tsuneko. This was not because I was good at lying. There were even times when I would speak in a blunt manner, But to Yoshiko, it all seemed to be nothing more than a joke. You're as proud as ever. It's nothing much, but she sends a message that you should come and visit her in Koenji sometime. Just as I am about to forget, a monstrous bird comes flapping its wings and tears open the wound of my memory with its beak. Instantly, the memories of my past shame and sin unfold vividly before my eyes, and I am overcome with a terror so great that I want to scream, and I cannot remain seated. "Shall we drink?" I said. "Yes," said Horiki. Horiki and I. In form, we were similar. There were even times when I felt as if we were identical human beings. Of course, that was only when we were drinking cheap wine here and there, but in any case, when the two of us met, we would, in the blink of an eye, transform into dogs of the same shape and the same coat, and go racing through the snowy streets. From that day on, we, in the form of having renewed our old friendship, would go together to that small bar in Kyobashi, and, eventually, it even came to the point where those two drunken dogs would visit Shizuko's apartment in Koenji, stay the night, and then return. I will not forget it. It was a sultry summer night. Around dusk, Horiki came to my apartment in Tsukiji, wearing a worn-out yukata. He said that he had had to pawn his summer clothes for some reason that day, and that it would be very inconvenient if his old mother were to find out. He wanted to redeem them at once, and so he asked me to lend him some money. Unfortunately, I had no money either, so, as was my custom, I told Yoshiko to take her clothes to the pawn shop and make some money. Even after lending some to Horiki, there was still a little left over, so with the remaining money, I had Yoshiko buy some shochu. We went up to the roof of the apartment, and, receiving the faint, ditch-like breeze that sometimes blew from the Sumida River, we held a truly squalid, cool-of-the-evening banquet. At that time, we began to play a game of guessing comic nouns and tragic nouns. This was a game of my own invention. Nouns, I argued, all have distinctions such as masculine, feminine, and neuter, but at the same time, there should be a distinction between comic nouns and tragic nouns. For example, a steamship and a train are both tragic nouns, while a streetcar and a bus are both comic nouns. He who does not understand why this is so is not fit to discuss art. A playwright who inserts even a single tragic noun into a comedy has already failed for that reason alone, and the same is true in the case of a tragedy. That was the gist of it. All right. Tobacco? I ask. Tra. Horiki replies without hesitation. Abbreviation for tragedy? Medicine? Powdered medicine? Or pills? An injection. Tra. You think so? There are hormone injections too, you know? No, it's definitely tra. The needle in the first place, isn't that a splendid tra? I ask you. All right, I'll concede. But you know, medicine and doctors, they're surprisingly come. Abbreviation for comedy? Death? Come. The same goes for pastors and priests, doesn't it? And life? That's a tra, isn't it? Wrong. That too is come. No. Then everything and anything becomes come. Well then, let me ask you one more thing. A cartoonist? Surely you can't say that's come, can you? Tra, a great tragic noun. What are you talking about? You're the great drunkard. It's no fun when it descends into such clumsy puns. But we were proud of that game, thinking it to be a remarkably witty one that had never before existed in the salons of the world. At that time, I had invented another game similar to this one. It was a game of guessing antonyms. The ant, the abbreviation for antonym, of black is white, but the ant of white is red. The ant of red is black. What is the ant of flower? I ask. Horiki twists his mouth and thinks, let's see, there was a restaurant called Kagetsu, Flower Moon. So it's moon. No, that's not an ant. It's rather a synonym. Aren't a star and a violet synonyms? Not ants. I've got it. It's a bee. A bee, a peony, and an ant. What are you talking about? That's a motif. Don't try to cheat. I've got it. A gathering of clouds over a flower. That would be a gathering of clouds over the moon, wouldn't it? Yes. Wind over a flower. It's wind. The ant of flower is wind. That's no good. That's a line from a Naniwabushi ballad, isn't it? Your origins are showing. No, it's a baiwa. Even worse. The ant of flower, you see, is the thing in this world that is least like a flower. That is what you should name. So, wait a minute, what is it? A woman? And, while we're at it, what is the synonym of woman? Innards? You, my friend, do not know poetry. Well then, what is the ant of innards? Milk. That's a pretty good one. One more in that vein. Shame. The ant of shame. The popular cartoonist Joshi Ikita and Horiki Masao. From around this point, the two of us gradually stopped being able to laugh, and we fell into that gloomy mood peculiar to shochu intoxication, as if our heads were filled with shards of glass. Don't be impertinent. I have not yet suffered the disgrace of being bound by a rope, as you have. I was startled. Horiki, in his heart, had not been treating me as a respectable human being. He had understood me to be nothing more than a half-dead, shameless, idiotic monster, a so-called living corpse, and he had used me only where he could for his own pleasure. When I thought that our friendship was nothing more than that, I, as one might expect, did not feel good. But then again, it was only natural that Horiki should see me in that way. From long ago, I had been a child who seemed to lack the qualifications of a human being. Perhaps it was only right that I should be despised even by Horiki. I reconsidered. Sin. What is the antonym of sin? This is a difficult one, I said, feigning a nonchalant expression. The law, Horiki replied calmly. I looked at Horiki's face again. Bathed in the red light of the flickering neon sign of a nearby building, Horiki's face looked as dignified as that of a demon detective. I was utterly dumbfounded. Sin, my friend, is not such a thing as that, is it? The antonym of sin is the law. But perhaps the people of the world all think of it as simply as that, and live their lives with a clear conscience. It is precisely where there are no detectives that sin squirms. Well then, what is it? God? You have something of the Jesus freak about you, you know. It's disagreeable. Come now, don't dismiss it so lightly. Let's think about it a little more, the two of us. Isn't this an interesting theme, though? I have a feeling that with just one answer to this theme, one can understand everything about a person. Surely not. The ant of sin is goodness, a good citizen. In other words, someone like me. Let's not joke, but goodness is the ant of evil. It is not the ant of sin. Are evil and sin different? The concepts of good and evil were created by man. They are words of morality that man created arbitrarily. You're a pain in the neck. Well then, it must be God after all. God. God. If you make everything God, you can't go wrong. I'm hungry. Yoshiko is boiling some broad beans downstairs right now. Thank God. They're my favorite. He clasped his hands behind his head and lay down flat on his back. You seem to have no interest whatsoever in sin. Of course not. I'm not a sinner like you. I may be a profligate, but I don't cause women to die or swindle money from them. I did not cause her to die. I did not swindle money from her, though a faint yet desperate voice of protest would rise up from somewhere in my heart. I would, nevertheless, immediately think again. No, it is I who am at fault. This habit of mine, I simply cannot engage in a head-on argument. Desperately suppressing the ever-worsening harshness of my mood due to the gloomy intoxication of the shochu, I said, almost as if to myself, but being thrown in prison is not the only sin. If I could understand the ant of sin, I feel as if I could grasp the substance of sin. But God, salvation, love, light. But God has Satan as an ant, and the ant of salvation is surely suffering, and love has hatred, and light has darkness as an ant, and good has evil, and sin and prayer, sin and repentance, sin and... they are all synonyms. What is the antonym of sin? The antonym of tsumi, sin, is mitsu, honey, as sweet as honey. I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat. Why don't you bring it yourself? A voice of such fierce anger came out of me that it would not be an exaggeration to say it was the first time in my life. All right then, I'll go downstairs and commit a sin with Yoshiko, a practical examination rather than a debate. The ant of sin is Mitsumame? No, broad beans. He was so drunk he could hardly speak clearly. Do as you please. Go somewhere else. Sin and hunger, hunger and broad beans. No. Is this a synonym? He gets up, spouting nonsense. Crime and Punishment, Dostoevsky. That flickered through a corner of my mind, and I was startled. What if that Mr. Dostoevsky had not considered crime and punishment to be synonyms, but had placed them side by side as antonyms? Crime and punishment, things that can never communicate with each other, things that are as incompatible as ice and charcoal. Dostoevsky's blue-green slime, his rotten pond, the depths of his tangled mess, having considered crime and punishment as ants. Ah, I'm beginning to understand. No, not yet. As the revolving lantern of my mind was spinning, hey, what a mess of broad beans. Come here. Horiki's voice and complexion had changed. Horiki, who had just now staggered to his feet and gone downstairs, had, I thought, come back again. What is it? Strangely bloodthirsty, the two of us descended from the roof to the second floor, and from the second floor, halfway down the stairs that led to my room on the ground floor, Horiki stopped. "Look," he said in a low voice, and pointed. The small window above my room was open, and from there I could see inside the room. The light was on, and there were two animals. My head spinning, I muttered in my chest, along with my ragged breathing, "This, too, is the form of a human being. This, too, is the form of a human being. There is nothing to be surprised about." Forgetting even to help Yoshiko, I stood frozen on the stairs. Horiki gave a loud cough. I, as if fleeing, ran up to the roof again, alone, lay down, and gazed up at the rain-filled summer night sky. The emotion that assailed me at that moment was not anger, nor was it disgust, nor was it sorrow. It was a tremendous terror, and it was not the terror of a ghost in a graveyard, but the kind of ancient, savage terror that one might feel upon encountering a divine being in white robes in a grove of cedar trees at a shrine, a terror that allows for no argument. My premature gray hair began that night, and I finally lost all confidence in everything, and finally came to doubt people with an unfathomable suspicion, and became forever separated from all expectation, joy, and sympathy for the affairs of this world. Truly, it was the decisive event of my life. I was split open right between the eyebrows, and from that time on, that wound would ache every time I approached any human being. I sympathize, but you too must have learned your lesson from this. I will never come here again. It's just like hell. But you should forgive Yoshiko. You're no good yourself anyway. I'll be going now. I got up, drank shochu by myself, and then I began to cry out loud, sobbing. I could cry and cry without end. Before I knew it, Yoshiko was standing behind me, dazed, holding a plate piled high with broad beans. He said he wouldn't do anything. It's all right. Say nothing. You did not know how to doubt people. Sit down. Let's eat the beans. We sat side by side and ate the beans. Ah, is trust a sin? The man was an uneducated, small merchant of about 30, who would have me draw cartoons for him, and then, with a great show of reluctance, leave behind a small amount of money. As one might expect, that merchant did not come again after that. But for some reason, more than the hatred I felt for that merchant, it was the hatred and anger I felt for Horiki, who at the very moment he first discovered it, had not given a loud cough or anything, but had simply come back up to the roof to inform me that would rise up in me on sleepless nights and make me groan. There is no forgiving or not forgiving. Yoshiko is a genius of trust. She did not know how to doubt people, but because of that, tragedy. I ask God, is trust a sin? More than the fact that Yoshiko had been defiled, the fact that Yoshiko's trust had been defiled became, for me, for a long time afterward, a source of such anguish that I could not go on living. For someone like me, who is disagreeably timid, who is always watching the expressions on people's faces, whose ability to believe in people has been cracked and broken, Yoshiko's innocent trust had seemed as refreshing as the Aoba waterfall. In one night, it had turned into a yellow, foul water. Behold, from that night on, Yoshiko began to be mindful of my every frown and smile. Hey, I would call out, and she would flinch and seem at a loss as to where to look. No matter how I tried to make her laugh, no matter what clownish things I said, she would be flustered and fearful and began to use honorific language with me excessively. Is then an innocent heart of trust the very wellspring of sin? I sought out and read various books with stories of the violation of married women, but I thought that there was not a single woman who had been violated in as tragic a manner as Yoshiko. In the first place, this does not make for a story at all. If there had been even a little feeling resembling love between that small merchant and Yoshiko, my own feelings might have been saved, but it was just that. On a summer night, Yoshiko trusted, and that was all. And because of that, my brow was split open, my voice grew hoarse, my hair began to turn gray, and Yoshiko was forced to live her whole life in a state of fluster. Most stories seem to place their emphasis on whether the husband would forgive his wife's act, but for me, that did not seem to be such a great and painful problem. To forgive, not to forgive, happy is the husband who reserves such a right. If he thought he could not possibly forgive, why not, without making such a great fuss, simply divorce his wife and take a new one? If he could not do that, then he would, as they say, forgive and endure. In any case, it seemed to me that with just one turn of the husband's heart, all would be settled. In other words, such an incident, while certainly a great shock to the husband, was, nevertheless, a shock, and unlike a wave that endlessly breaks and recedes, it seemed to me to be a trouble that could be dealt with in any way. The husband, who had the right, saw fit with his anger. But in our case, the husband had no rights whatsoever. When I thought about it, I felt as if I were to blame for everything, and far from being angry, I could not even utter a single word of reproach. And that wife, she had been violated because of the rare and beautiful quality she possessed, and that beautiful quality was the one that her husband had long admired, the unbearably lovely thing called an innocent heart of trust. Is an innocent heart of trust a sin? Having come to harbor doubts even about the one and only beautiful quality I had to rely on, I no longer understood anything at all, and the only place I could turn was to alcohol. The expression on my face became extremely vulgar. I would drink shochu from the morning my teeth were crumbling, and the cartoons I drew became almost obscene. No, I will say it plainly. From that time on, I copied pornographic pictures and sold them secretly. I wanted money to buy shochu. When I looked at Yoshiko, who was always averting her gaze from me and flustered, I would think, this woman knew no caution at all. So perhaps it was not just once with that merchant. And what about Horiki? No? Or perhaps with people I don't even know? Suspicion gave birth to suspicion, and yet I lacked the courage to confront her and ask. Writhe in that anxiety and terror, I would just drink shochu and get drunk, and then, timidly, I would try a kind of base, leading interrogation, and in my heart I would foolishly be elated and dejected by turns. On the surface, I would clown around excessively, and then I would bestow upon Yoshiko the abominable caresses of hell, and fall into a dead sleep. At the end of that year, I came home late at night, dead drunk, and wanted to drink some sugar water. Yoshiko seemed to be asleep, so I went to the kitchen myself, found the sugar bowl, and when I opened the lid, there was no sugar inside, but a long, thin, black paper box. I picked it up without thinking, and was aghast when I saw the label pasted on the box. The label had been more than half scratched off with a fingernail, but the part with the Western letters remained, and on it was clearly written DIAL. At that time, I was drinking only shochu, and was not using any sleeping pills. But since insomnia was something of a chronic illness for me, I was familiar with most sleeping pills. This one box of dial was, I was sure, more than a lethal dose. The seal on the box had not yet been broken, but she must have been planning to do it someday, and had hidden it in such a place, even scratching off the label. Poor thing, she could not read the Western letters on the label, so she had scratched off half of it with her fingernail and thought that would be enough. I quietly filled a glass with water so as not to make a sound, and then, slowly breaking the seal on the box, I threw the entire contents into my mouth at once, calmly drank down the water in the glass, turned off the light, and went to sleep just like that. For 3 days and 3 nights, I was, they say, as if dead. The doctor, they say, deemed it an accident and refrained from reporting it to the police. As I was beginning to regain consciousness, the first words I muttered in my delirium were, they say, I'm going home. Where I meant by home, I myself do not know. But in any case, they say I said that and cried terribly. Gradually, the fog cleared, and when I looked, Hirame was sitting by my pillow with a very displeased look on his face. The last time, too, it was at the end of the year. We're both so busy we're spinning, and if you keep pulling stunts like this, always aiming for the end of the year. It'll be the death of me." The person listening to Hirame's story was the madam of the bar in Kyobashi. "Madam," I called out. "Yes. What is it? Are you awake?" The madam said, her smiling face hovering over mine. Tears streamed down my face. "Let me part from Yoshiko." Words I had not expected to say came out of me. The madam sat up and let out a faint sigh. And then I made another slip of the tongue, so utterly unexpected, so comical, so foolish, that I struggle to find the words to describe it. "I'm going to a place where there are no women." Wahahaha! Hirame was the first to burst out laughing, and the madam, too, began to chuckle. I, too, though tears were streaming down my face, put on a blushing expression and gave a bitter laugh. "Yes, that would be better," Hirame said, laughing sloppily for a long time. "It would be better to go to a place where there are no women. When women are around, things just don't go well. A place where there are no women? That's a good idea." But this foolish delirium of mine was, in later years, to be realized in a very grim way. Yoshiko, it seemed, had somehow convinced herself that I had taken poison in her stead, and she became even more flustered with me than before. She would not laugh at anything I said, and was in such a state that she could hardly speak, and so I too found it gloomy to be in the apartment, and would end up going outside and, as usual, drinking cheap wine. But since that dial incident, my body had grown terribly thin. My limbs were languid, and I tended to neglect my work on the cartoons. With the money that Hirame had left as a get-well gift at that time, Hirame had presented it as if it were his own money, saying, "This is a token of Shibuta's esteem." But it, too, seemed to be money from my brothers back home. By that time, unlike when I had run away from Hirame's house, I had become able to see through Hirame's pompous act, however dimly, and so I, too, cunningly pretended not to notice at all, and gravely expressed my gratitude for the money to Hirame. But why Hirame and the others would perform such a complicated charade, I could not quite understand, and it struck me as very strange. With that money, I made a bold decision and went alone to a hot spring in South Izu. But I was not of a character to be able to enjoy such a leisurely tour of hot springs. When I thought of Yoshiko, my loneliness was boundless, and I was far from the calm state of mind that would allow me to gaze at the mountains from my room at the inn. Without even changing into a padded dressing gown, without even getting into the hot water, I would rush outside, burst into a shabby-looking tea-house, and drink shochu. Indeed, drink it as if bathing in it, only to return to Tokyo with my health in an even worse state. It was a night of heavy snow in Tokyo. I was drunk, and as I walked through the back streets of Ginza, I sang in a low, repetitive mumble, "Here we are, hundreds of miles from home. Here we are, hundreds of miles from home." Kicking at the still falling snow with the tips of my shoes, I suddenly vomited. It was my first time coughing up blood. On the snow, a large flag of the rising sun was formed. I squatted for a while and then, scooping up the clean snow with both hands, I washed my face and cried, "Where does this narrow path lead? Where does this narrow path lead?" The pitiful singing voice of a young girl came to me from afar, like an auditory hallucination. Misfortune. In this world, there are various unfortunate people. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there are only unfortunate people. But their misfortune is something they can protest against openly to the so-called world, and the world too easily understands and sympathizes with their protest. But my misfortune stems entirely from my own sins. So, I have no way of protesting to anyone. And if I were to stammer out even a single word of protest, not just Hirame, but all the people of the world would surely be aghast that I could even speak such words. Am I what is commonly called a selfish person? Or, on the contrary, am I too weak-willed? I myself do not know, but in any case, I seem to be a mass of sin, and so I only become more and more unfortunate of my own accord, and there is no concrete measure to prevent it. I stood up, and thinking I should get some suitable medicine for the time being, I went into a nearby pharmacy. I met the eyes of the proprietress there, and in that instant, the proprietress, as if struck by a flash of light, raised her head, her eyes wide, and stood stock still. But in those wide-open eyes, there was no color of astonishment, no color of disgust. There was a color that was almost as if seeking salvation, as if adoring. Ah, this person too is surely an unfortunate person. Unfortunate people are sensitive to the misfortunes of others. Just as I thought that, I happened to notice that the proprietress was standing precariously on crutches. Suppressing the urge to rush to her side, I continued to meet her gaze, and tears began to well up in my eyes. Then, from the proprietress's large eyes, too, tears began to overflow. Without saying a single word, I left the pharmacy, staggered back to the apartment, had Yoshiko make me some salt water, drank it, and went to bed in silence. The next day, too, I lied and said I had a slight cold and slept all day. At night, I was so anxious about my secret coughing up of blood that I could not bear it. I got up and went to that pharmacy. This time, laughing, I confessed to the proprietress with perfect frankness the state of my health up to that point and consulted with her. "You must stop drinking." We were like blood relatives. I might be an alcoholic. I want to drink even now. "You mustn't." My husband, too, though he had tuberculosis, would say he was killing the germs with wine and became a drunkard and shortened his own life. I can't stand the anxiety. I'm scared. I just can't. I will give you some medicine, but you must stop drinking. The proprietress, she was a widow, with one son who had entered a medical university in Chiba or somewhere, and had soon after contracted the same illness as his father, and was on a leave of absence and hospitalized. At home, her father-in-law, who had had a stroke, was bedridden, and the proprietress herself at the age of 5, had had polio, and one of her legs was completely useless, tapped her crutches, and gathered various medicines for me from this shelf and that drawer. This is a vitamin injection. This is the syringe. This is a calcium tablet. Diastase, so as not to upset your stomach. This is for what? This is for what? She explained 5 or 6 kinds of medicine to me with great affection, but this unfortunate proprietress's affection, too, was too deep for me. Finally, the proprietress, saying, "This is the medicine for when you absolutely, positively cannot resist the urge to drink," quickly wrapped up a small box in paper. It was a morphine injection. The proprietress also said that it was less harmful than alcohol, and I, believing her, and also because I was just beginning to feel that the drunkenness of alcohol was unclean, and because I was happy to be able to escape from the Satan of alcohol for the first time in a long time, without any hesitation, I injected that morphine into my own arm. Anxiety, impatience, and shyness were all cleanly removed, and I became a very cheerful and eloquent person. And when I had that injection, I would forget the weakness of my body, and I would be able to work hard on my cartoons, and such strange and wonderful ideas would come to me that I would burst out laughing as I drew. What was supposed to be 1 shot a day became 2, and by the time it became 4, I was no longer able to work without it. You mustn't. If you become an addict, it will be terrible. When the proprietress of the pharmacy said that to me, I felt as if I had already become quite an addict. I am the type of person who is very easily influenced by the suggestions of others. Even if someone tells me you mustn't spend this money, if they then say, "But knowing you," a strange illusion would arise, as if it would be wrong not to spend it, as if I would be betraying their expectations, and I would always end up spending the money right away. Because of the anxiety of that addiction, I began to seek out more and more of the drug. "Please, just 1 more box. I'll be sure to pay the bill at the end of the month." I don't mind about the bill, but the police are so strict. There is always something murky, dark, and suspicious about the shady characters that surround me. Please, just somehow fudge it for me, ma'am. I'll give you a kiss. I press my advantage. I can't get any work done without the medicine. For me, it's like a tonic. In that case, a hormone injection would be better, wouldn't it? Don't make fun of me. It's either alcohol or that medicine. I can't work without one or the other. Alcohol is no good. See, since I started using that medicine, I haven't had a single drop of alcohol. Thanks to that, my body is in great shape. I don't intend to keep drawing clumsy cartoons forever. From now on, I'm going to quit drinking, get my body back in shape, study, and I'll show you that I'll become a great painter. This is a crucial time for me. So, please, I'm begging you, shall I give you a kiss? The proprietress let out a laugh. Oh, what am I to do with you? It is not my concern if you become an addict. The sound of her crutches tapped, tap, tap, as she retrieved the chemical from the shelf. I cannot give you a whole box. You would only use it all at once. Half, then. Stingy, are you not? Ah, well, it cannot be helped. I returned to my dwelling and, at once, administered an injection. Does it not cause you pain? Yoshiko, trembling, inquired of me. Of course it is painful, but to elevate the efficiency of my labors, I must do this, however unwillingly. Have I not been in excellent spirits of late? Come now, to work, work, work. Thus, I chattered with a feverish gaiety. There were nights when I pounded on the door of the pharmacy in the dead of night, when the proprietress emerged in her night clothes, tap-tapping on her crutches. I threw my arms around her, kissed her, and feigned weeping. The proprietress, in silence, handed me a box. By the time I came to the profound realization that the chemical, like the cheap spirits, no, to an even greater degree, was a loathsome and unclean thing, I was already a complete and utter addict. Truly, it was the very extremity of shamelessness. For the sole purpose of obtaining that chemical, I once again began to copy the pornographic images, and what is more, I entered into a literally squalid relationship with that crippled proprietress of the pharmacy. I want to die. I would rather die. It is all beyond repair now. Whatever I do, whatever I attempt, it will only lead to ruin. It is but a layering of shame upon shame. A bicycle ride to the Aoba waterfall is not something I could even hope for. There is only the piling of loathsome sin upon despicable sin, and the ever-increasing and intensifying agony. I want to die. I must die. To be alive is the very seed of sin. And yet, even as these thoughts consumed me, I did nothing but shuttle back and forth between the apartment and the pharmacy in a state of half-madness. No matter how much I worked, the consumption of the drug increased accordingly, and my debt for it swelled to a terrifying sum. The proprietress, upon seeing my face, would have tears well up in her eyes, and I, too, would weep. Hell, as a final measure to escape this hell, a measure so desperate that if it failed, all that remained was to hang myself, with a resolve that wagered upon the very existence of God. I decided to write a long letter to my father in my hometown and confess the entirety of my circumstances, though, as one might expect, I could not bring myself to write of the women. But the result was only worse. I waited and waited, but no reply ever came, and in my torment and anxiety, I only increased the dosage of the drug. On the afternoon of the day I had secretly resolved to inject 10 doses at once that night, and then throw myself into the Okawa River, Hirame appeared, accompanied by Horiki, as if he had sniffed me out with some demonic instinct. "I hear you've been coughing up blood," Horiki said, sitting cross-legged before me, and smiled with a gentleness I had never before witnessed. That gentle smile, I was so grateful for it, so happy, that I involuntarily turned my face away and shed tears. And with that one gentle smile from him, I was utterly vanquished, utterly buried. I was put into an automobile. "You must be hospitalized. At any rate, leave the rest to us," Hirame urged me in a solemn tone. It was a tone so quiet, one might almost describe it as merciful. and I, like one devoid of will or judgment or anything at all, merely wept and whimpered and obediently followed the instructions of the two men. With Yoshiko, there were 4 of us. We were jostled in the automobile for a very long time, and as the surroundings grew dim, we arrived at the entrance of a large hospital in the midst of a forest. I had thought it was merely a sanatorium. I submitted to an examination by a young physician, one whose manner was disagreeably soft and deferential, and then the physician, smiling as if with a kind of bashfulness, said, "Well now, you shall convalesce here for a time." Hirame and Horiki and Yoshiko were to leave me there alone, but Yoshiko handed me a bundle wrapped in a furoshiki containing a change of clothes, and then, in silence, she produced from between the folds of her obi the syringe and the remainder of that chemical. Could it be that she, too, had believed it to be nothing more than a tonic? It was, in truth, a most rare occurrence. To be offered something and to refuse it, it would be no exaggeration to say that in my entire life up to that point, this was the one and only time. My misfortune was the misfortune of a man who possessed no capacity for refusal. To refuse what was offered, I was terrorized by the fear that it would create a ghastly white fissure, eternally beyond repair, in the heart of the other and in my own. And yet, at that moment, I refused the morphine, that very substance I had sought in a state of half-madness, with a truly natural ease. Was I, perhaps, struck down by what one might call Yoshiko's divine ignorance? In that instant, had I not already ceased to be an addict? Nevertheless, immediately thereafter, I was led away by that young physician, with his bashful smile, taken to a certain ward, and a lock was turned upon me with a clang. It was a hospital for the insane. That foolish delirium of mine from when I had drunk the dial, that I was going to a place where there were no women, had been realized in a most bizarre fashion. In that ward, there were only male madmen. The attendants, too, were men, and there was not a single woman to be found. Now, I was no longer a sinner, but a madman. No, I declare with certainty that I was not mad in the least. Not even for a single instant have I ever been mad. But they say that is what madmen almost always say of themselves. In other words, it seems that those who are put into this hospital are the mad, and those who are not are the normal. I ask of God, is non-resistance a sin? I wept at that strangely beautiful smile of Horiki's, and forgetting all judgment and resistance, I climbed into the automobile and was brought here and became a madman. Even when I am released from this place, I will still be a madman. No, I will have the brand of a cripple, a fate wren, seared upon my brow, disqualified as a human being. No longer was I, in any complete sense, a human. I came here in the early summer, and from the window with its iron bars, I could see the red water lilies blooming in the small pond in the hospital garden. But then 3 months passed. Cosmos began to bloom in the garden, and unexpectedly, my eldest brother from my hometown came to collect me, bringing Hirame with him. He informed me, in that characteristically earnest and tense tone of his, that our father had died of a stomach ulcer at the end of last month, that they would no longer question my past, that they intended to see I had no worries about my livelihood, that I need not do anything at all. But in return, though I might have many lingering attachments, I must leave Tokyo at once and begin a life of convalescence in the countryside, that the aftermath of the things I had perpetrated in Tokyo had, for the most part, been taken care of by Shibuya, so I need not concern myself with it. I felt as if I could see the mountains and rivers of my hometown before my very eyes, and I gave a faint nod. Truly, a cripple, a ruined man. After learning of my father's death, I became even more utterly enervated. My father was no more. That nostalgic, terrifying presence that had never for a moment left my breast was no more. I felt as if the vessel of my anguish had been emptied. I even began to think that perhaps the reason the vessel of my anguish had been so terribly heavy was because of that very father. It was as if all the tension had gone out of me. I had lost even the capacity for suffering. My eldest brother fulfilled his promise to me with precision. A train journey of 4 or 5 hours south from the town where I was born and raised brought one to a seaside hot spring, a place uncharacteristically warm for the Tohoku region. On the outskirts of that village, he purchased and bestowed upon me a thatched cottage, one which, though it possessed 5 rooms, was clearly quite old, its walls crumbling, its pillars eaten by insects, a hovel so dilapidated as to be almost beyond repair, and attached to me a single maid, a hideously ugly woman of nearly 60 with shockingly red hair. 3 years and a little more have passed since then. In that time, I have been violated in a strange manner several times by that old maid Tetsu, and we have occasionally engaged in something resembling marital quarrels. The illness in my chest advances and retreats. I grow thin, then fat. I cough up bloody phlegm. Yesterday, I told Tetsu, go and buy some Calmotin, sending her on an errand to the village pharmacy. She returned with a box of Calmotin of a different shape than usual. I paid it no particular mind, but when I took 10 tablets before bed and felt not the slightest drowsiness, I thought it strange. Presently, a peculiar sensation arose in my stomach, and rushing to the privy, I was seized by a violent diarrhea. What is more, I was compelled to visit the privy 3 more times in succession. Unable to bear the suspicion, I examined the medicine box closely and saw that it was a laxative called Henomotin. I lay supine, a hot water bottle upon my belly, and thought to scold Tetsu. This, you see, is not Calmotin. It is called Henomotin, I began to say, and then I let out a low chuckle. Cripple, a man discarded. It seems this is, after all, a comedic noun. To seek sleep and swallow a laxative, and what is more, for that laxative to be named Henomotin. Now, for me, There is neither happiness nor unhappiness. There is only this. Everything passes. In the so-called human world, where I have lived until now in a pandemonium of shrieking agony, that was the one and only thing that seemed to me like a truth. There is only this. Everything passes. This year, I will be 27. My white hair has increased so noticeably that most people take me to be over 40. Chapter 5. Afterword. I do not know him directly, this madman who has written down these notebooks, and yet I have some slight acquaintance with the personage who appears in these pages, the one who seems to be the madam of the stand bar in Kyobashi. She was a woman of small stature, of poor complexion, with narrow, upturned eyes and a high-bridged nose, a woman with a hard quality who might better be described as a beautiful youth than a beautiful woman. These notebooks seem to capture, for the most part, the scenery of Tokyo in those years, around 1930, 31, 32, but it was around 1935, when the military clique of Japan was beginning its brazen rampage, that I, led by a friend, stopped in at that Kyobashi stand bar 2 or 3 times to drink a highball or the like. It follows, then, that I could not have had the occasion to meet the man who wrote these notebooks. Be that as it may, in February of this year, I paid a visit to a certain friend who has evacuated to Funabashi City in Chiba Prefecture. This friend, a fellow student, so to speak, from my university days, is now a lecturer at a certain women's college. But in truth, I had entrusted this friend with arranging a marriage for a relative of mine, and so, with that business in mind, and also with the thought of procuring some fresh seafood to feed my family, I set out for Funabashi City with a rucksack on my back. Funabashi City was a rather large town, facing a muddy sea. The house of my friend, a new resident, was not easily found, even when I stated the address to the local people and inquired. On top of the cold, my shoulders, burdened by the rucksack, began to ache, and drawn by the sound of a violin from a record, I pushed open the door of a certain coffee shop. I recognized the madam there, and upon asking, I found she was indeed the very same madam of that small bar in Kyobashi from 10 years ago. The madam, for her part, seemed to recall me at once, and we exclaimed and laughed with great exaggeration, and then, as is the custom on such occasions, we began to speak, unbidden, as if boasting of our mutual experiences of being burned out in the air raids. "But you," she said, "you have not changed." "No, I am an old woman now. My body is falling apart. It is you who are still young." "Not at all. I have 3 children already. Today, I am out foraging for them." We exchanged these pleasantries, also customary between those who meet after a long separation, and then we inquired after the subsequent fates of our mutual acquaintances. In the midst of this, the madam's tone suddenly changed, and she asked, "I wonder, did you know Yo-chan?" When I answered that I did not, the madam went to the back and returned with 3 notebooks and 3 photographs, which she handed to me. Perhaps, she said, they might serve as material for a novel. I am not of the constitution to write things from material forced upon me by others, so I thought to return them on the spot. But concerning the 3 photographs and their strangeness, I have already written in the foreword, I found my heart drawn to the photographs and decided to take custody of the notebooks for the time being. I told her I would stop by again on my way back and asked if she knew the house of a certain person in such and such a district and number, a professor at the women's college. As fellow new residents, she did indeed know. He sometimes visited this very coffee shop, she said. It was right nearby. That night, I shared a small amount of sake with my friend and arranged to stay over. I did not sleep a wink until morning, engrossed in reading those notebooks. What was written in those notebooks was a story of the past, yet I have no doubt that even people of today would read it with considerable interest. It seemed to me a more meaningful act to have this published as it is, by asking some magazine publisher, rather than to clumsily add my own pen to it. The seafood souvenir for my children was only dried fish. I took my leave of my friend, my rucksack on my back, and stopped by that coffee shop. Thank you for yesterday, I began at once. About these notebooks, might I borrow them for a while? Yes, of course, she said. This person, is he still alive? Well, that is something I do not know at all. About 10 years ago, a parcel containing those notebooks and photographs was sent to the shop in Kyobashi. The sender was certainly Yo-chan, but the parcel bore neither Yo-chan's address nor even his name. During the air raids, it was miraculously saved, along with other things, and I only just recently read it all for the first time. And did you weep? No, not so much weeping as it is no good, is it? Once a person becomes like that, it is all over for them, is it not? 10 years since then? In that case, he may already be dead. He must have sent this to you as a gesture of gratitude. There are places where it seems he has exaggerated somewhat, but you too seem to have suffered considerable damage. If all of this were fact, and if I had been this man's friend, I too might have wanted to take him to a hospital for the insane. It was that man's father who was at fault, she said, as if it were nothing. The Yo-chan we knew was so gentle, so considerate, and if only he did not drink. No, even when he drank, he was a good boy, like a god.